Destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you
Each round, only one of them's been.
Oh my god!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it!
What? Kind of like see that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliates too, but he has a call.
What's good, players, and welcome back to another exciting week of the VALORANT Challengers Malaysia and Singapore Split 1 2023. It's a brand new day, and you're here alongside with me, Contra, as well as Tash Bunny, to bring you through another exciting match, which is going to be coming your way. But of course, there's a lot of amazing stuff that has happened on the past week itself, and certain teams that made their debut definitely had a splash. So, Tash, I'm pretty sure that you're stoked for what's about to come on week 2.
I'm really excited because in week 1, it's more about discovering each other, understanding what these teams can know about each other, and seeing their strengths as well as their weaknesses. Now, as we go into week number 2, this is where people or teams rather, start to recognize each other. They understand each play style, how aggressive each team can be, and how big brains certain plays can be as well. We saw on day 1, like how Bleed did not have Scary playing, and then we saw on day number 2, when Bleed were playing, we saw the coming in of Scary and how exactly the team dynamics can change and go. And I think what's more interesting is the fact that after the roster mania of Malaysia and Singapore, these teams are getting a lot more spicy. But for now, let's have a look at the format for those of you guys who don't know how the format goes for this tournament.
Greetings, challengers! So good to have you joining us once again for another year of VCT Malaysia Singapore. 2023 marks the first installation of the split system, namely Split 1 and Split 2. Each split will primarily consist of a Challengers Qualifier, Challengers League, and Challengers Playoff. Now, let's jump into the breakdown. Split 1 will start off with the Challengers Qualifier to obtain the top 4 teams via a double elimination bracket who will proceed to the Challengers League. They will be seeded with the 4 directly invited teams: Bleed Esports, Enigma Gaming, TODAK, and X10 Esports to compete in a round-robin format. The 6 teams with the highest placements at the end of the league will move on to the Challengers Playoff as well as qualifying for Split 2's Challengers League, whereas the bottom 2 teams will be up for relegation. In the Challengers Playoff, teams will play a double elimination bracket for that sweet chunk of 25,000 USD. Now, let's head into Split 2. Similarly with Split 1, there will be a Challengers Qualifier to obtain the top 2 teams. The 2 teams from Split 2 Challengers Qualifier will join the bottom 2 teams from Split 1 Challengers League to battle it out in the relegation promotion bracket. It will be a 4 teams GSL bracket whereby the top 2 teams will be promoted to Split 2 Challengers League, joining the other 6 teams from Split 1. In the Challengers League, these 8 teams will once again engage in a round-robin table in order to obtain the top 6 teams who will move on to Split 2's playoff. The top 6 teams will now go through a double elimination bracket where the winner gets a direct invite to the Pacific Ascension Tournament. In this phase of the tournament, the top teams from the other Pacific domestic leagues will compete against one another for a slot in the international leagues.
And that's all you need to know about the entire circuit from here on. And of course, we have our challengers at the ready to take each other on. And throughout this league stages, we've seen a lot of interesting things that have happened back in the very first week, where a lot of effort has been displayed by many of all these teams. Some may have not had the perfect start, but you know, it's always about how you finish by the end of the run. And there's still many more matches to go across the league. But what have really impressed me the most is how certain names like Louvre, that has been the mainstay of this entirety of the league for how many seasons already, they've been able to really show up big time. And we'll definitely get into the standings real quick. So Tash, you know, which team out of the many have impressed you the most in week 1?
Honestly, I really have to say, out of all the teams, it has to be X10 Esports. I came in the tournament not really having an expectation for X10 Esports. I think like the standard I put them on is somewhere around what I would expect from, I would say maybe Louvre or Yakiniku, but they brought it to from 10 all the way to a 15, putting themselves in a situation where I say they are actually putting Bleed or giving Bleed a run for their money. They play like a well-oiled machine. Regardless, let's talk a little bit about the standings first, where Louvre currently, as well as TODAK with the clean 2-0 alongside with Bleed Esports. Now, for X10 Esports, Enigma, they have a 1-1 situation going on here. And I think this is a very interesting situation when you think about it. X10 going down to Bleed and Enigma going down, I believe it was to Louvre. And it was honestly a pretty close, I would say, match. Now, Yakiniku, Kizuna Esports, and Team Path currently sitting at the bottom rung with a 0-2 each. And given the fact that these teams are at the bottom, I think for Yakiniku and Kizuna Esports, they had a pretty rough start in the beginning, not because they are not qualified or not playing well, but rather they had some of the hardest teams they had to face up against in this tournament. Meanwhile, for Team Path, Sunrise team, very, very new, still looking for that, I would say, the path on what exactly they want to learn from this tournament itself. And I think the more that Team Path plays, there's a lot more expectation coming from them. And this is what makes this tournament really fun to watch.
Exactly. And you know what? Today is quite the special day. I'm glad that we get to always open the first day of the run. So when it comes down to the matches at stake, I'm pretty sure a lot of you fans over on Twitch and every other platform that's currently streaming is looking forward to our second series. But let's hop over to our very first series to kick things off. So we got Enigma Gaming versus Yakiniku, and Enigma Gaming have definitely had quite the debut when they actually started off on quite the clean record when they took on Team Path. And then, of course, they did have a little bit more of that stumbling block. But we see so much potential coming from the team. And same could be said about Yakiniku, where you have great talents like Banaf, Brandon, Dizzy, as well as Muzi. Not forgetting Red Law, of course.
I think what's really exciting to talk about in terms of Enigma is the fact that we're seeing the Doctor really in his element as an IGL. Now, when you look at them, I think the player that I really want to highlight here is the fact that Zen being able to frag, not because, I mean, of course, we have Zen that's always like very young, and some of these I would say, these people talking about him on Twitter are calling him a protege. Regardless, Zen's frags will not be possible without the support from his team. And I think what's really important to talk about is also because how exactly the Doctor thinks in terms of how exactly he does the 300 IQ plays. We've seen it happen before in his previous team, but didn't really go that far. And now with this different dynamic, we're seeing the Doctor just go unchained, being able to work with players that suit his playstyle a lot more.
Exactly, and what has really supplemented the Doctor is on how well Styron has been able to also hold his own in many of all these battles that we've seen them actually going in. But this week itself, I want to see how much more can Divine also add to the table, because on the past week itself, sure, a little bit of that shaky start have been shown by Enigma Gaming, but there were also times where Divine has managed to also impress in many ways as well. So let's see how well can Yakiniku catch up with the rest of Enigma Gaming. So let's take a look in real quick. So when it comes down to execution-wise, I see Yakiniku to be really, really promising, especially when you have Redla being the backbone of the team as well, where you saw him really going for some pretty sick setups. I still remember very fondly of his Viper, how well he actually plays it.
I think what's really exciting about Hey Yakiniku is the fact that I was talking to Musi and he said he's a team with zero practice, and I honestly don't blame them given the fact that it was Chinese New Year. Now a week has gone by and they had some time to work it out, and I think we can expect a lot better sort of play, or I'm expecting a lot better game style and gameplay coming from them this week, given the fact that they actually had a pretty close match against TODAK last week, got 2-0 by X10. But the player that I really want to talk about is Shiba coming back into this roster today, and I think what's really cool is the fact that not only, I mean, Paper X player is one, and number two, we've seen how he performed before. Maybe we didn't see him on week number 1, and I'm curious to see how exactly Shiba will change the dynamics of the team and how exactly they can work together. And of course, we want to talk about DZ as well in terms of how he's able to enter his team onto site. I think DZ is a player that is able to just really go in with or without the support of his team. He's very, I like the fact that he's able to just go crazy on his own without having to worry too much about being enabled. And I think that's a really that's something that we should really pay attention to in terms of DZ. Now, in terms of Banaf, I feel like if there was a title I could give him, it would be Clutch Master. There are a lot of situations where he would be part of the cleanup crew. He's able to get those last frags that when it matters the most. And even though he doesn't have flashy plays, but he definitely steps up to save the team from those really important situations.
Yeah, we've seen him being extremely clinical in many of all these situations where you think it's almost undoable because he was being absolutely outnumbered, but he has been able to prove that you can always outgun them in those type of ways. Now, let's take a look at two of our amazing players that's been having a whole lot of frags from the past week itself. We have Zan going up against Dizzy, where you look at both ends of the spectrum, they look exactly the same. The only key difference here is the headshot ratio coming from Zan, because the him on his jet, and it's definitely something to witness. There was already clips of him online, so you guys can basically dig up the bots if you want to. 27.8%. Not to say that 24.7 is anything bad at all, but this is where we'll see which one is the better fragger overall by the end of this run, because like they are absolutely evenly matched.
I think what's really important to talk about is the fact that Zan is very young and only was able to play this year, compete this year. So this is technically his, I would say, his debut on the big stage, being able to play the big boys. And he is showing that he's able to show up. He's very young, very quick on the ball in terms of how he wants to take up space. And he's not afraid to just really go above and beyond. Because when we talk about Zan, or at least a lot of other players, in terms of jet players, they tend to overheat. But for Zan, overheating is something that makes him a lot better. Now, if you look on the other side of the spectrum for Dizzy, I think that he's a little bit more, conservative compared to Zan, and I think this is more because of how his team wants to play. For Zan, I think the idea for doctors like Zan, go kill, do whatever you want, go crazy, get those frags, we're okay, you get us on the site, that's fine. But for Dizzy, he gets them on the site, and what he does is prepared to back up his team. He doesn't want to go too far, and he doesn't want to die too early, because they need the man advantage when it comes to holding that site itself.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Dizzy seemed to be more calm and collected, and with this distinct play style between the two of them, it will definitely see in that instance where it's about who really gets the momentum first. And Zan, despite on one of the matches that they had on the Saturday run, they start off slow, and eventually when they do hit things running, Zan was just an absolute killing machine where he just was unstoppable on that jet. So I'm hoping to see both of them actually going on this particular agent, and just like many of all the other teams that have been favoring Jet a whole lot more as of recent.
I think it's also because they are very confident as well. I think Jet is one of those agents that you really need that confidence, because you want to get that value from that extra dash. If you are not going to get those 2 frags, you're not going to get the dash back, and you're not going to be able to get the momentum to either go forward or backwards, get in or get out safely. And I feel for both players, they don't have that issue very much. It's just the fact for Dizzy, I noticed, is that he will get onto site, maybe get 1 or 2 picks, and then he would finally go down, and his teams would finally come in and back it up. But for Zan, it's a very different situation, since it's a little bit more sharp. You see a lot of situations where he's able to not only get those frags, but also go beyond. And I think this is all coming down to how exactly their team works. And I think for Enigma, I think I have a lot of expectations for them today, given the fact that I think because from last year, I saw the Doctor play very smart, but it was very slow kind of play style when he was back in Kingsman, I believe. But now the dynamics have changed and he has a different sort of play style, a different idea on what he wants to do. And I think his journey in 2022 for the Doctor, given the fact that he became a coach, I believe, for Orangutan, changed the way he would plan for things as well. So I really want to see what exactly has changed as he goes up against a team like Yakiniku. Regardless, I think it's going to be a 2-1. Both teams showing up, but I wouldn't be surprised if the edge goes to Enigma just because they are a little bit more, I would say, less chaotic compared to Yakiniku.
Yeah, especially now with an addition of a player into the roster, or should I say the switch of their active roster as of current. Redlaw definitely has his impact on the past week when he was playing. Now, adding Shiba, who's also a veteran in the scene, like you said, he played in Paper X, so I feel like this might just be their secret weapon in a sort of way to put it. So when it comes down to how much could it actually contribute to Yakiniku, we're about to find out in a little bit more. But with his wealth of experience, you do know that he could basically set the team up for success. So when it comes down to play style wise, how much does he actually change the dynamics overall will be the biggest question here, and perhaps this might actually throw a curveball against the rest of Enigma Gaming. So, well, it's a lot to actually take into really put your points on your predictions, but before we even get to those points, you got to take a look at the map veto as we're about to kickstart our first match of the day. Well, let's start off with EG as they'll be going in for the first ban, and it's going to be Bind, and they've recently managed to win one against TODAK on this particular round, so they don't want any of that.
I think what's really interesting to talk about as well is the fact that even though, actually it was Yakiniku that won against TODAK. So yeah, I think banning out Bind is a good idea, just getting them out of their comfort zone. But with EG picking Icebox, I think it's a really important thing to talk about the Doctor here and how much control he can have onto the site itself. I think what you remember, even last year, Icebox was one of the Doctor's teams, Kingsman's picks, and they like playing it very slow, very tactical. It's changed from then till now. They're like a little bit more faster approach, especially with Zan on the team, but the way that the Doctor approaches this map hasn't changed. Now, Yakiniku going for something a little bit, I would say, standard Ascent, and I'm really liking the fact that for Ascent as well, it's also one of EG's favorite maps as well, given the fact that how exactly they want to play it. I'm really curious to see what exactly is the idea behind Yakiniku choosing this map, because if you are going for more OG maps, you are under the impression that these teams that you are against might just be really good at this map as well. So I'm curious, how exactly are they going to be outplaying EG on this?
Exactly, and when it comes down to Icebox, you also take a look at the past record of Enigma Gaming managing to actually take the games off against what I do believe was Kizuna on the past week, where they went on overtime and they definitely feel a whole lot more confident playing in this particular map, which is why it's quite the no-brainer for EG to once again go in for that pick. And we're going to have that decider on Fracture where we will find both ends to be playing a little bit more on that aggressive side. So I feel like this is definitely the best playground to settle a BO tree.
It's actually quite interesting, the fact that Yakiniku decided on Fracture. I mean, if you look at their run before, they actually lost to TODAK on Fracture and Ascent at the same time. I'm wondering if this is their redemption match to make up for their losses last weekend, because both were their picks. Regardless, I'm curious to see how exactly they want to establish dominance on Fracture itself, because we know how TODAK plays is that very fast gameplay with the Neon, especially on Frosties. So I think the idea is maybe Zan would not be playing Neon, and they have an idea how to deal with Zan on maybe a Jet or even a Raze compared to Frosties on the Neon, perhaps.
Exactly, and then we'll look at Sentinel agents. There's ample of options available if you really want to look into a lockdown on over a corner site, where we see Cypher being a whole lot more popular, where you could just basically put a couple of trap wires and maybe leave certain areas unattended, and you could still get vital information out of each corner of the map. but it's really down to how fast can they actually react to certain situations where we've seen a lot of all these teams when they go into fracture, like they have that same idea in mind where you want to play as defensive as possible, but the problem is if you're going to retake really slowly, whatever setups you had, definitely didn't contribute too much at the very end of it all. But let's focus on Icebox because Enigma Gaming, sure, they have looked pretty sharp, but hey, Yakiniku probably has a lot of grand ideas to bring to the table as well. Past week, we've seen a whole lot of Astros being played out. I wonder what would they actually select on each end.
I mean, for Icebox, I think a lot of players know that you want to see a Sova, you want to see a Viper, and you want to see a Sage. Sage is actually good. Either you want to go battle Sage, you can actually take up space and hold the space for information, even if they do break up that wall. And also, you can also use that wall for post-plant. We've seen so many different ones. Regardless, as well, we all know that for Vipers, they are known for their, I would say, their lineups. They can also just kind of run with a Sova to kind of get that, I would say, decay onto the shock darts. Regardless, if we talk about Sovas on this map, we did see Sova picks on both teams before. I mean, remember, Shiba used to be the dedicated Sova player for the team previously. Now, as Redla is not playing today, and Shiba is in, I'm just curious to know which players are going to be shifting their roles and what is actually their plan. The dynamics, we talked about the dynamics earlier because we remember that Redla was really around for either the flanks or either making sure that no one either comes behind or just lurks in general. Will Shiba be doing the same or will that role be delegated to another member?
I was just about to get into that because Enigma Gaming is very well known to have the Doctor or even Styron to be able to do exactly that. You just lurk around and you you slowly find your way into getting those frags. Where Styron on the other week itself actually went with a really huge flank as a Sova, which you don't really expect in many instances where you were basically expecting maybe if you do have a Yoru in play, you could easily just TP over onto the defender's defensive side. So it's a lot of ways to play out inside of Icebox in particular, where a lot of options for executions can be considered, where even Enigma have shown that if they're cheeky enough, they could basically cut through the middle and then deconstruct whatever defense that there is. So I feel like when it comes down to attacking, Enigma definitely will try to hit as hard as possible in order to get advantage into the defensive side, where first it will be a little bit more tricky to decipher how Yakiniku could possibly get through.
I mean, if you look at track records as well, for they actually played against Louvre in Icebox previously. 14-16 is the overtime game for them, and both teams played it very, very, I would say very, very slowly if you think about it in particular. Because if you remember again, Redco as well as the Doctor, what makes them great are their brains on how exactly they calmed each other, how exactly they talked, and this was actually shown to us by Redco himself on his Twitter. If you guys want to check it out. Regardless, for the Doctor, I think the idea for him is a lot of that mid control. He puts maybe one smoke on mid just to give an idea that area is inaccessible itself. But when you have a little bit more players are a little bit more aggressive, like say maybe DZ, who is able to jump on top of Tube and jump all the way to the back, it actually gives his team a lot more space. Now, if DZ was not being taken care of, no one is actually watching DZ, that might be a different problem in itself. But I think for Enigma, they might have an idea how exactly to be dealing with DZ in particular itself. And on top of that, if you guys remember as well, for Enigma, they had this like a lurk on lurk situation where you have not only the Doctor lurking, but also switching up with Styron. So it's sort of like they have two different lurks, but it's not really two lurks. It's rather just a timing in terms of one person rotates onto the site, not really a lurk, and the other one comes out as well. So their timing is pretty impeccable when you think about Enigma. They haven't really had rotations that are out of timing when you think about it. Now, if you look at the Yakiniku, the way they play has been very straightforward. I wouldn't say it's as calculated, but it can be just as aggressive as well, especially with the fact that when you look at now, given the fact that they are trying to make this a redemption arc map, especially with 2 of their map picks playing again, that they lost against TODAK, I think they probably have learned a lot from that last match. After all, when you don't make mistakes, you don't learn. And I'm curious, what exactly have they devised in that time they played against TODAK? What mistakes did they know? Are they aware that they're able to play a little bit more aggressive in terms of retaking, attacking? And I really want to see a more, I would say, I think for Enigma, they're a little bit more proactive compared to Yakiniku. Yakiniku needs a little bit more time to warm up and find that momentum. But once they do, they are going to be taking a few rounds in a row. And this is where I kind of like expect, okay, Enigma, what exactly are you going to do? How exactly are you going to re-counter that? But before that, let's have a look at the agent picks to figure out how exactly, or let's speculate, what exactly are the teams planning on doing as they go into the first map today?
Like you said, you will expect to see a couple of agents to be the staple here inside of the Icebox. Sova, Viper, and Sage will basically be the duplicates on both ends of teams. And then you also do have the Jet. So it's actually a full mirror matchup where you could still consider, do you really want to switch up that Killjoy? Do you not want to? But when you look into the grand ideation of how you really want to execute with such a field of agents is where you will play a very much defensively post plan where you can either have some of the Viper lineups to be put into B on default, and then of course Sova could just come in with the Hunter's Fury. Well, both Jets will be the kingmakers of this respective match. So we've already seen the stats of DZ as well as Zan. Both are matched very evenly, so it's really down to the ease of execution both sides have. So when it comes down to how things have been working out for Yakiniku as well as EG, both Sages will have to be very wary of those situations and needing to know when exactly to build walls or even go in for revivals will definitely be the game-changing play out of both sides of the team.
I think what's really important to talk about is the fact that Banaf is currently on the Killjoy, and we're seeing Shiba go onto the Sova. There has to be a lot of, I would say, respect if they are willing to have Shiba still play in that Sova. Regardless, because we all know that Banaf was their initiator before, my curiosity is more of like, can he have the same, I would say, expectation that you can expect from Redla? Because after all, Redla is known for his lurks, he's known for his anchors. Can Banaf do the same thing? Can he deliver the same thing? Or will dynamics change? Will he need help? Regardless, a minute into the game. If you guys are watching at home, please let us know your predictions in the comment section. Let us know if you guys are going to go for Enigma Gaming or Yakiniku and why.
Yeah, and both sides definitely have a lot of strengths and weaknesses. I won't say there's a plenty, but there are definitely things that they have been working on. Yakiniku, at least from what we saw from the past week's matchups, they've constantly been able to adapt and still manage to evolve. And now with this, would you call it a full form evolution now that you add Shiba into the picture?
Maybe, because I don't really know how much the team has been working with Shiba, because he is I would say, he comes in and comes out. So I don't know what exactly the dynamics are. We can only see how it's going to work out in the game, but we do have an expectation of what we can expect from Shiba. Regardless, we are going to go into our first match of the day. This is series number 1, Enigma Gaming versus Yakiniku.
Yakiniku will start off on the defender's side. So we'll definitely see a little bit more priority onto A. Both ends are looking to do exactly the same. But keep an eye out on the Doctor. I mean, this guy, he's always been able to pull off some massive flanks on the most unexpected moments. But this being the very first round itself, it'll definitely be an all-out brawl most of the time. Meanwhile, we will have one member off of Yakiniku, which is going to be Frey, to be guarding B side alone. So definitely goes down to how well could they actually pull some numbers back. And we can even kick things off with Frey getting tagged already alongside with Styron.
This is a very interesting situation. As we see for Enigma, we know that they can take their time. They can play very, very explosively. Now, the way they're going to go is just very, I would say, Very explosive. They come in with a bang, picking off one. Dizzy does trade one out in the end. Musi finds another in turn, but Frey is so very low. Regardless, Enigma get onto the side, not able to plant as Shiba comes through. In the day, 2 versus 3. It's still very, very winnable for Enigma. The problem is they're one man down.
Did you just see that? Shiba, he didn't even have vision on it, but he just had his intuition to rely on, and this is just gonna be a perfect line of sight for the Doctor, but he couldn't get things done just in the nick of time. Uzi still managing to find the final few bullets into their bodies, and that will be the first point in. Great setup coming in from Yakiniku, where they took things calm and steadily, and Shiba managing to pull off quite the frag on the first round has definitely left a great impression.
The 2 tags that Yakiniku managed to do on the 2 players of Enigma Gaming was ultimately one of the winning conditions, not winning conditions, but the reason why they won that first round just now. They were so low, weren't able to survive that long as well. And on top of that, they were not fast enough in terms of taking up that space towards screens. So it allowed Yakiniku to not only take out that space, but also prevent the plant coming in from Frey. Regardless, we've seen this from Enigma before. They take their time, and Musi gonna play a little bit more proactive, getting rid of that recon. And now a defensive wall is up as they want to waste some time. They know how I think impressive this wall can be, but this anti-eco from EG shows that they really want to try and contest this point for this round.
You gotta also watch out. I mean, Stingers only have a number of shells for you to work with, and they're already shredding quite a number onto the stage wall that they've built up. It's gonna burn out some of these utilities coming out of the Misoba. They're holding it pretty much slowly, and to see whether or not will Yakiniku be baited to go on for a rotate. No sound at all, but great discipline being shown by Yakiniku. Here we go. Smoke screen's already up, and Zan's already in position. Now this is gonna be a cheeky wall. It's gonna be there.
Oh, Brandon, he has a little corner to work with. As Spray's come through, Spray gonna get the first pick. It's gonna be onto Dizzy. Zan as well coming in from the other side. And Frey, they noticed that Brandon is there in the end, but not getting out unscathed.
And you can already see Enigma Gaming reading them like a book, and Frey picked up a Vandal for himself. This force spy working in favor of Enigma, just needing that final swing. And Styron will nail this one down. And it is as flawless as it can get.
This is a very good round for Enigma, losing round number 1 and forcing the anti-eco, knowing that they are at a gun advantage and they would be in absolute shambles as they go into round 3. Now, out of that, they managed to get themselves not only just the round, but also a Vandal, which is going to go on to Frey. And we know Frey, in terms of his headshots, are very, very strong. So I think there's a lot of expectations here on how they want to do this. And it might be a fast round because look at Yakiniku's economy, gone.
Yeah, and the moment that they basically had that standstill at about, what, 30-second mark, we've seen that members of the side of Enigma Gaming, sure, they didn't make any form of noise, but they were trying to assess those situations well and expect where exactly each respective members of Yakiniku is at. And they ran it clean, but they couldn't read the Doctor! Oh my word!
They read that like a book, knowing exactly that they will be playing aggressive because they are on the ego. Styron gets another pick here, and what's really impressive is Frey already with 2. Can he get 3 as he gets the Peeker's advantage? Not quite, but goes down in the end. Musi, which is a little bit more sharp as Styron finds Shiba in the end. Still 3 players left alive. Not necessarily the worst round, but losing 2 can be a little bit dangerous as we go into the next round, which is round 4.
Yeah, I mean, you can't basically catch Enigma Gaming off guard just like that, and they're on eco, so there's just probably a few things that you could possibly do. Either you are going for a retake, but Yakiniku says, hey, might as well just try. And even despite that, I mean, the rest of Enigma Gaming still gets to go on the full buy, and Frey is the one to carry the operator here onto B. They do suspect that with these 2 successive hits, has been running well for them. Like, it's time to actually switch things up. So he comes prepared, and he's already heard the updraft coming in.
Enigma,
You should
they
run.
love doing this thing where they just take their time. The lockdown gets popped off here just to make sure that the site is clear before they decide to go explosive. Zan, already on the waiting, Vandal in hand. We know how sharp his headshots can be, but immediately Divine coming through, gonna put that wall down. This is a very tiny area to work with, but it is enough just to give him the cover that he needs. Now, one player was detained, and they're gonna immediately find Divine. Shiba finds a shock dart onto him. Not a great situation to be in, especially if you're going down that way.
Yeah, I believe that was Frey that was caught right there, but then again, it's not really going to matter all too much as he's in the really safe position. But Zad goes in for the double. To London not to actually push over onto the containers, and this is where he drops. But he got 3K in return. Not much time left, and Muzi now being deterred. He has to push forward, and the Doctor gets him in the head. Enigma starting off strong.
So really got around for Enigma. Only losing 2, and that is very, very well played. With the lockdown, taking their time with their and plus with their explosive play, you saw that Yakiniku did not move. They were just trying to wait for the right time to catch them off guard. But Enigma was already prepped for that situation. What they did was just wait it out, wait till it's almost done, and then swing out suddenly, get 2. And even having one player stuck in the back end. Regardless, 1, 2, 3, Yakiniku still trying to find a way to stop this momentum onto Enigma. Frey in the backside. Really getting a pick onto Dizzy, and Zan trying to move forward. A lot of cover fire given to him just for him to take out a lot of that space.
Zan just being so responsive to all these shots as well. Frey opening things up with a really impressive pick onto Dizzy. And despite that, look at Zan he still manages to keep a couple of blades with him, and this swift rotation onto B has got the rest of Yakiniku unable to even respond.
Zan.
How could you do that from the distance? He gets him in the head. Same goes to the Doctor as well. These two players are looking way too sharp to start things off here. And Yakiniku, they haven't even passed their warm-up phase yet. Brandon, though, carefully cuts through from the top, and Zan's not giving him any form of space.
Zan is fearless. I talked about this over and over again the other day when I was casting with Xeno Viper. Not afraid to take up space, not afraid on the rotate. And you can see he was actually walking alone with no recon or anything, just walking by himself. That's how confident he is in terms of not only taking up space, but going for those frags. And with that situation, it gives the Doctor a lot of space to really kind of like play his teammates like chess pieces, putting them around. If you saw the way that they held each area, making sure that they're able to not only not allow themselves to be caught off guard in the back, but also very aware that if their econ is in shambles, they are going to be going on a default sort of situation.
That's right. This time around, though, they both have operators, so it's a battle between Dizzy as well as Frey over on the corners of Belt. But with a little bit more elevation onto the angles as well, he's going to be blocked of his vision for the time being. Frey so carefully looking over onto the sharp corners. Nobody alongside the pipes for the time being.
Oh my god, call it! So very well done.
Timing.
They weren't aware that Dizzy might be in that area.
And it's so unfortunate for EG, where they just lost 2 members at the get-go, and that's Zan. So they don't really have a clean form of entry, but Dizzy continues to go on the roll on this operator.
I'm just better, he says. Frey does it well, but Dizzy does it better. Already with a 3 as he comes through, and Shiba gonna pick off the Doctor over on mid-side, making a double. And it's just like that. Playing the situation where you stonewall, don't give information, but rotate quietly. As the numbers dwindle, you can already anticipate that they are going to be going for that rotate. And how exactly are they going to work on this? Hold down middle, hold on backside, and just catch you off guard.
The biggest collateral right there and then. They were trying to double peek him on this particular angle, and it's just unfortunate that it was Dizzy that you're basically challenging, and with that, like, you don't really have anything that you could basically respond in kind with. So it's the little chicken that was being played right down there, what people like to call it. Dizzy not going to be phased at all. Meanwhile, the rest of EG having 3 members still around the midsection. They're not going
Frey.
to go in for much of a decision yet, but the first shot has already alarmed the rest of, or should I just say Frey, because he's the only one going for the peak. Meanwhile, we're looking at Divine carrying the spike up there onto the belts. A little bit dangerous, if you ask me.
I think what's really important is the fact that also they already know where the op is, and we're seeing Zan trying to take up space onto B. They haven't really made up their mind which side they're going to go to. They are aware that DZ has the op just now. They didn't realize that DZ's positioning was not usually on top of Generator. So because of how Frey's movement just now, they are aware that he's still there, but this time they had repositioned themselves. Regardless, you can already see the wall set up by the Doctor. All he needs to do is just pop it, and immediately you can already expect like a very aggressive, explosive movement onto the side. This is always what happens, clearing out the corners. At the other side here, Zan clearing out yellow very, very quickly. The Hunter's Fury is popped out just to buy some time, but I don't think it's going to tag anyone just yet.
Zen with such a sharp read, he immediately clears off yellow in such a jiffy. And here comes Manapto. He's trying to look for those angles, and he's going to break the wall. Denies the plan coming down from Divine and Yakiniku, who stand a fighting chance in this 4 versus 4. Still trying to see if they can actually catch anybody out there, but they're currently stuck by corner yellow, and they're going for a wide swing. The walls are up, and same goes for the Hunter's Fury, but Zan is way too quick. Here comes Chiba. He's trying to get that spray done, but won't be able to catch him off guard. Hey, Yakiniku breaks right back and will be able to retaliate. Zvifus will go through, and this is where Hey Yakiniku brings the point back.
I read that completely like a book. It looked really more swayed onto EG's side in the beginning. They were really quick, still getting that plant, but because everyone was playing toward the back of the area, not taking up that space near the kitchen, near Snowman, so it gives Hey Yakiniku a lot of space to work with. And as well, the fact that that Shiba had to play a little bit more behind with the Hunter's Fury so he doesn't get tagged is also another issue in itself, because they know that Shiba has to move a little bit to the front, and because of that, all they had to do was just kind of stick it with Musi already waiting in the end anyways.
Yeah, and for the fact that we also had Brandon being able to actually hear the sound cues of them taking the ultimate orb over on the B, that gave them that grand idea to basically go in with a swifter rotation after all. Plus, you already had Dizzy to look on site. This time around though, Styron gets vision onto Divine for the time being. I mean, that's actually Boozy. So we'll have to see what could they possibly get from here. But take a look at middle though. This is going to be pretty huge coming from Brandon. I mean, he's trying to go in for a big setup. And that's going to be
this aggressive
push
play
coming in from Dizzy. But he got to look from the top though. Frame pushes forward, and Divine will be able to bring Styron back to life. Boozy stops the Killjoy from going anywhere further, but Vibrant Spit is already up online. Nothing much I think he could possibly do but to let them through for the time being. Not really having the best numbers for the side of EG, but Brandon's coming in from the flank.
They are already not aware. They were just waiting for the turret to go down, and Hey Musi already with 3. But Divine gets 2, but not enough because Shiba will get it in the end. That flank from Shiba as well as Brandon was huge, catching them off guard as well. What they did was they just waited for the Killjoy turret, rather Frey's turret to just go inactive, giving them the timing or idea that it's okay, it's safe now for us to go inside of the site. Usually when Frey goes into the site, he gets out of the area range. What he will do is he would pull his turret out of the way because it's not going to be working anymore. But the fact is, Musi's hold onto the site itself gave Brandon as well as Shiba a lot of time to rotate inside and just backstab them.
Yeah, and on top of that, you look at Hey Yakiniku. Sure, they start off a little slow after losing those pistol rounds, but Hey Yakiniku's secret weapon being Shiba to still bring back so much intelligence back to the team in terms of how they execute a post plan. Like you already saw on possibly round 2, round 3, as well as the recently concluded round, how well he basically reads the rest of Enigma in terms of positioning. So it really goes down to how these guys will be able to still bring those numbers back on the table. And finally, after having a little bit more discussion, perhaps EG could have a cleaner take onto the side this time around. Frey, so far doing really well on this Killjoy, already getting 7 frags in particular. Let's see if it's going to be an explosive start onto B. This might actually overwhelm Benaf. But Aldron's immediately being eliminated, so he's got time to pull back.
Frey is the one actually put on lurk duty this time. And we already saw his turret is taken out of the way. Now, if he wants to rotate, he has to be careful. But look at how fast the rotations are. Already 3 onto B site. And suddenly the sound will be cut. So look at how Frey is going onto the site. He wants to go for some picks. If he even gets the Viper out of the way, that's already 1 less smokes to worry about. Now, for Dizzy, because they know there was an op at mid, the idea that there might have been a rotation gives them the idea that they might have to watch out for Dizzy onto the site itself. That smoke is actually really huge. Does not allow Dizzy any sight, any vision of the site. Does not allow him to play as aggressively as he wants to. And now here comes the explosive play. Not quite. They did put everything set up, but they haven't really figured out whether it's going to be a fake, a rotate, or are they actually going to commit onto the site itself. And look at the reposition by Dizzy.
Yeah, Frey, understanding there's going to be a little bit more pressure up mid. He's going to be going for that anti-lurk. This is where they finally going for the execute. Shiva will try to deny this platform going down. He blasted shots out, but it's just going to be hitting walls. And my goodness.
Oh, Frey lost that.
I don't even know how on earth that's Divine survive. But here comes Dizzy though. Tries to go in for the trades. He'll be able to find one. But can he actually get anybody up there? He goes up in the air, but will eventually be denied in return.
Oh, he's taking it.
There you go.
Here comes one. They take a little bit of damage.
He goes in for a blast spray, but he won't be stopped by Shiba.
Wow.
Great counter attack coming in from Yakiniku. And Enigma being absolutely shunned off. The way that they've been going for these executes have been pretty much impeccable coming in from Enigma, but the retakes from Yakiniku just so much better.
It's also the fact that Frey lost that dual mid. It's very, very unfortunate. Without Frey, it's a little bit more hard for them to hold that site as well. And we also know that because they still have strength in numbers, without that firepower, it was a little bit hard for them to actually play this. Regardless, if we saw how aggressive Zan is, yes, he gets those frags, yes, he gets those aggressive kills, but he does have to go down in the end. Here comes a lockdown as well. This is a very fast one as they come through. As we see Killjoy, or rather, Benaf, just setting it down here. Sorry, not Benaf. It's going to be Frey. What they're going to do is just take up that side, take up so much space, and look at how much more deeper they're putting this wall. They're not planting in the areas as usual anymore. They're planting in a different area where it's a lot more easier to play this from main. Regardless, because now Snowman does not have access, Frey is already waiting. He's already aware that there's going to be a rotate from backside. Regardless of that, Brandon and Musi still win this. Zan picks up 1, and Zan repositions top side. He can't get any vision just yet. He does get tagged as well. Has to wait for his teammates. Styron gets one in the end, but Nav trades him out. Not a great situation as Styron gets one more, but this is not planted for him. Regardless of the situation, Yakiniku comes up on top.
You can always rely on Styron to clutch these situations, and he has waited on the perfect timing. This area of plan actually enables them to have so much vision control over members of Yakiniku.
It wasn't just that, it's also the fact that Musi's wall was put straight. He has to strafe all the way to the other side to see.
Exactly.
I just noticed that. Oh my god.
I just love how every single round things just get better and better for each respective team. This time around, they're going to be pushing out though. And
they
this
get
time it
punished.
punishes Dizzy as well as Benef at the same time. B side's absolutely cleared up. They do have ample time to go. There is a slow orb that's in the way. Zan trying to find angles, but he's being absolutely blindsided by not only his own Musi. Just sprays through on the corners of Snowman. He's just going to be able to find everybody. Styron yet again going for a double. Will be depleted though. The Doctor trades back, but it's still a win in the books of EG.
Last round in the half.
I'm really liking the fact that for Yakiniku, they're discovering what exactly would happen if they were to try and play fast and play aggressive. And because of that, they got absolutely shredded. So this is going to be a situation for them where they say, okay, I think that we shouldn't be changing the way we play. It's been working out for us earlier where we just don't have to go aggressive. We just kind of just sort of just wall them off with our very passive play, and it's been working out.
Yeah.
Regardless of that, I think also what's really important to talk about is the fact that if they play aggressive, we saw a different aggression coming in, especially from Styron, who is more proactive in taking up space compared to before.
Immediate Hunter's Fury after having some tags. Almost like damage being done to members of Yakiniku. Not going to deter them from holding on to the position. And here comes another Hunter's Fury to stop them on the tracks. But Zan goes in with the Blind Spray, still finds Brandon in the end. Frey now covering the top angles, and they're going to be able to get something out of Raptors. But Nav just spots Zan in the head.
You will not kill my
Still have revives going through. Dizzy going in for the double as well. Only having 45 HP, but how much more can he offer? Here comes the lockdown. This is going to hold back the rest of EG for the time being. And they're already going for the defuse. This does not look good at all.
Don't fake. They want to play lineups, but it doesn't really matter. But Nuff is waiting in the front line. Styron still gets 2. But Yakiniku is the one to get away with that win. Now, you have to remember as well that this map in particular favors defense compared to attack. It's all about that control. When we talk about control, is how exactly the map is separated into different parts. Even the fact on how A is separated as well. And if you saw how much control Yakiniku had on that map, is the fact that they don't have to go all the way to the front. It's more about just having that half of the map held, making sure it doesn't go into Enigma's way, and denying that the area of control gave them the win over and over again.
Yeah, and I just absolutely love how Yakiniku had Dizzy always at the forefront, trying to play for these form of trades. He's not very willing to, he's very willing to even lose his life in order to get small advantage and win those opportunity back for the side of Yakiniku. Now they finally get that 2-point up, but now going on to the second half, things are going to be pretty much heated up with the tempo changing, and the Doctor coming in with that flank with the double peaks. This is where Frey brings out the frenzy. Daisy going in really swiftly, not having the support system, but the Nav's going to be able to find one in return. For the corner of Raptors. For the right clicks onto the Classics. Doctor only got 13 HP. Both of them are low. The Doctor gives him the taste of his own medicine.
Oh man, I'm loving the proactive play here. Instead of going for a rotate from their own spawn, they go for a rotate from the enemy spawn instead, taking up that space on the other side, catching them off guard. Yes, you have one person watching the lurks, but with everyone busy with the site and Doctor knowing how exactly to keep the lurk, actually the watcher busy on the backside, it gives them a disadvantage in terms of numbers as well. And remember, it's all about control, and we know that Doctor, when it comes to holding out areas, he is extremely smart about it.
On the hand cannons, not getting anything in return. Frey gets a double as well over onto the mid areas. Absolutely huge for members of EG for the time being. Uzi has got to check this real quick, getting some damage done, but not enough to bring down the Doctor on the Spectre.
The Naf knows if he's going for that tap, Doctor wins it in the end. Spectre just a little bit better when it comes to that situation. If not landing the taps, you're not going to get that win regardless. Doctor already with 3. Very simple, fast round for them, as they know in this round they are going to be an advantage in terms of their guns. But now as we go into round 15, this is when it's going to be a little bit of a challenge for them. Now, we can see that for Yakiniku, they don't have full shields. They can't exactly go for that value, but Dizzy and Brandon know that if they can land those headshots, they can get those TTKs really fast. They don't have to worry too much about sustaining damage or just getting those shields. Now, for Enigma Gaming, with only Styron having a Sheriff, this might be a bit of a problem. And we all know that for Spectres as well, for Enigma Gaming, they need to play fast, they need to play close.
They're still holding down this entirety of section of B. The push is being held back for the time being. They do have pretty much a great setups coming from both Divine as well as Frey for the time being. The drone's going to be set into place. That will shove them a little bit backwards for the time being. Now that they've already got themselves planted onto yellow, this is where it gets a little bit iffy, where Styron is slowly starting to move in.
Just waiting for the explosive play to come through. If Frey were to move a little bit more, there we go. He really gets the value from that Bulldog. One One gun out of the way. Still 4 more to worry about. Shiba using his recon, but it's not going to get any value. Plant does come through eventually, but they are just slowly going to whittle down the walls. And Zan, aggression comes true. He gets 2 already. It's just all about finding the other 3 members. But Frey going to just pop off the lockdown, giving the Zan a lot of space to work with. Clean as heck, a 4K in the pocket, as well as a defuse.
3 straight rounds going in favor of EG, and that was so crucial for Frey to actually get the frag that enables them to also get this lockdown online. But it didn't seem like they really needed it with Zan.
They didn't have to, but...
So darn good. I mean, just look at this guy already. I want to check out how many frags have he gotten so far. You know, we want to make comparisons with Dizzy, but we saw Dizzy early on. He started off on the first half of 10. Zan, him on defense, is still looking like he never switched from the attacking side the way that he's played out. Even from the starting rounds all the way into the second, he has gotten all these blades to offer in another 2 picks or so. And I want to see what else could they bring to the table now that they are finally starting to hit A yet again.
The timing for the Viper wall was just so well done. If you saw earlier how they played that, they just waited for the wall to go down before finally pushing out and just catching them off guard. I think what the doctor did was say, okay, I'm going to drop my wall now, and now we're going to go aggressive, go explosive, and we saw Zan just pop off. Regardless, Zan getting that, getting another one already. That's 2 in his pocket, 3 gone. And for Yakiniku, because of their broken economy, they don't have that value, they don't have the firepower. Another round in their pocket. And we can talk about control. This is exactly what I was talking about, where they don't have to worry too much about not getting the info from sound or anything at all, because they know that if we get every round and we break their economy and knowing when exactly they have the guns, then we know when exactly we can go aggressive and when exactly we can expect a default.
This is going to be a crucial point for Yakiniku to secure, or else like EG, they're just going to run away with perhaps even more points or so. This being a massive full buy. We'll see, could they actually handle the heat, especially now with Zan having the operator in hand. Divine only clears off the recon dart. Doctor at this time playing on side instead. Gonna have those setups being put into place. Whereas they do respond in kind with the lockdown set very early on. Forces the rest of EG to pull right back. They really have to keep in mind of all these cheeky angles that they can come from. And Dizzy is going deep into Raptors already, checking all those angles. He's slowly getting withered down, 30 HP left.
I just already in position. Here. He knows he's very low, and Brandon does find Frey. Oh, no. That recon goes out, does not catch him, but Divine is ready to trade out. Another recon sent out from the backside just to clear out those areas, but Zan does not even care. He's going for the aggression. He fights Moosey, jumps up another time. Will he get 2 is the question? Yes, he does. He still has those blades. Rushes forward. Can he get 3? Yes, he does. Divine finds the last one. Brandon is going to be a very clean round. And Zan, explosive is the name of the game, and momentum is how he plays.
My goodness, I was talking about the operator. This guy just brought knives to a gunfight and just absolutely have all their throats being slit. Yakiniku now being forced to make something happen out of the tin there. They're already down to the marshals, but we have to take a look at how perfect he basically went on this teardown.
Yeah, his positioning is really good. You have to remember, there was a recon coming in from the backside from Shiba before he went down. What he did was reposition underneath Rafters, hit behind the wall, moved in with the cloud burst as well. And he took up so much space without being detected even once. Yeah. That's some fast thinking.
Now they're on semi-buy with a Vandal as well as a Phantom in hand. 2 Marshall setup though. Pretty interesting as they will have to force their way into B. This may enable them to at least play from a little too long angles, and Dizzy for those shots, but the Viper hits is already up online. They do get the scan onto the Sage, and they continue to press on forward. The Doctor breaks through the walls, and he's trying to see where this line of fire is coming from. And here comes the wide swing. Dizzy does not get it though. Not really having the best situation right now, but they are buying as much time as possible. Drone will be able to set a little bit more vision as the Doctor light him up in flames and try to counter it with his own Viper's Pit as well. Both sides being blinded up. This is where they press on forward. They actually put up a little bit more of the pressure to get the sneak boost down. Dad's gonna be able to find those with a ghost!
Oh, he knows.
He's going for it already. They have fun. Bradinger trying to stop them, but he's going for the reload. But Booty saves the day. Hey, Yakiniku still has it in the bag to clutch this off.
That was some really good control. Just by taking Doctor out, suddenly everyone just whittles away. Now, what exactly happened there was the fact that Yakiniku was not afraid to push on over to the other side, knowing that they can't see anything, and therefore Enigma can't see anything either. What do? Kind of put it to chance, gamble everything, take up that space, and come in from both different sides. And in the end of the day, as Doctor goes down, what they had to do was just pincer and just clean up the area. And I think this round is very, very important for Yakiniku. They lost already 5 rounds. I mean, Enigma isn't necessarily in a situation where they are going to be suffering in terms of economy at all. They can afford to give away some rounds. But in this situation as well, they want to make sure that they can secure this round and make sure that momentum goes into their side.
Exactly. That was the last line run, and oh
You
boy,
will
Zan.
not kill my allies.
He's got it in return, but he's got to do it again. Dizzy being revived.
Grenade out.
I think that online. Hey, Yakiniku's got to take it slow this time around. But it did shout enough damage onto Styron already. Got to see what else could they possibly offer.
I think
EG in return having slow rotates.
for Yakiniku right now, they know that they don't have the advantage, that win condition they had just now, which was the Viper's Pit. They don't have anything else to work with. And this is the problem. Without those, I would say, zoning utilities, this is where everything just goes down for them. They're not able to control the site. And look at how much damage, but Zen with the short, he still gets one more. But Shiba already with 2 in his pocket, fights Styron and Zen. It's a 1 versus 1. Shiba is so very low, only 30 HP. Now the Doctor, I don't know if he's aware that there is actually an op in his hands. He's just trying to make sure that he can peek safely, and timing not exactly on Shiba's side. If he were to wait just a second longer, it might be different. As a Doctor, he's trying to just buy time. 10 seconds to go, plant goes down, but the Doctor swings out. And they finally take away any rounds that Yakiniku wants to put in their hands.
Such an important round for both ends. And now they stabilize themselves yet again. EG now on match point. And the Doctor had that discipline to be able to wait till he goes in for the plan. And still having a couple of snake bites to work with, he could still use it very early on. And that definitely pinch the final member of Yakiniku. Shiba, there's only so much that he can do with so little health left.
It's also, I think what's really important as well is that the Doctor was already suspicious of the fact that he has the operator. So he didn't dare peek. He was just waiting for the plant sound to go through before we finally saw movement from the Doctor. He just swung out, catching Shiba off guard. Regardless, as we go into round number 12, let's see if anything will be going into an OT or not, as Tyron already picking off Musi. That's their wall out of the way, the heals out of the way as well. And Divine does have a resurrection, so it might exactly be a different situation here. Shiba does take someone out, but gonna get an immediate resurrection as Benav and Frey gonna have a little bit of a scrim here.
Oh,
Frey
boy.
coming up on top, catching Benav off guard. Benav thought he could get away with that swing.
He's being pincered off on either side. Like, he's got to take that battle anyways. But Brandon, though, looking around the tubes and finds one in return. And Dizzy being able to actually cover grounds as well. The rest of Yakiniku tries to cut her from this midsection, but no, it's being stacked up. Divine now shutting them off. They know this is going to be pretty difficult, and the guns are sticking out. And there's nothing that Yakiniku could do to stop Enigma from securing this first map in hand.
I think for Enigma, this win is definitely what they really, really wanted. And that's exactly the reason why they chose this map. They know that Doctor knows how to hold the area very well. And I have to say that even though they didn't really have like the best, I would say, attacking round. They had the amount of numbers of rounds to actually secure them, knowing that they didn't have to worry too much as they went into defensive side. And if you look at how they played, it was a lot more aggressive than what we saw from Yakiniku in terms of their defensive round. But let's have a look at the highlights here just to kind of break down what exactly happened in that round.
Yeah, on the first half, definitely a whole lot of trades went down, and we see even all these 4 spies to be working out into effect where members of the side of EG, they start off pretty much on the clean record with a couple of flawless stuff, but this shot though probably is the stuff of highlights that will be included into, IG Reels, TikTok, whatever you want it. And things looked pretty good on the first half, but Disney didn't manage to get much out of return when it comes down to second.
I think for Dizzy, he wasn't enabled at all. It's not because his teammate didn't provide him the support. We did see Shiba throw in that recon, but in a lot of situations, the recon that he threw out was immediately destroyed. It was immediately hidden away. And sometimes in a situation where they're not able to destroy that recon, Enigma was not scared to just kind of hold their ground and just give up that space. There are so many retakes that they've done that are absolutely clean. And what happened is just the fact that they're allowing Zan to go crazy, allowing Zan to play as aggressive as he wants. And every time we see Zan move forward, we see someone in the backside ready to not only trade, but also they are going to stick those defuses as well. Regardless of this situation here, especially in the last round, I think what's really important to think about is the fact that now for EG, they're no longer having a situation at round number 12 where they get stuck. They want to make sure it's clean, they want to make sure it's fast, and coming from this breakdown, look at their first kills here. Zan, a little bit more aggressive and faster with those first picks.
Yeah, he just have that full-on confidence to just rush onto the sideline. Even when they hold back, you see the clean executions coming from Enigma is something to be respected overall, where Yakiniku did decently on defense, though could have been a little bit better. There was a couple of rounds that they have faltered with some of all these initiatives that they had. The only time on the second half that we see, a spark of brilliance where they start to try to stack up onto B. They try to rush out as well to actually get things done. But in return, Enigma just had Styron still being the guy that they've been able to rely on to still bring it really right back in. And the first pick ratios show itself to be pretty much mostly Zan's effort going in for those entries. And this guy have basically outclassed Dizzy on how well he pilots his jet.
I think it's more of the fact that Zan was just enabled a little bit more. If you look at in terms of the utility usage for Yakiniku, a lot of their utils had to be used before plant as well. Meanwhile, EG just sort of like take their time, just allowing them for the rotations as well, and they didn't use their utils till the post plant. If you look at just now in that graphic, EG had a lot more post plants compared to Yakiniku. If you remember as well, for EG, they like to play for that post plant. They like to just go in for those diffuses because they don't want to go in one by one and get picked off by DZ. They are very aware that DZ can go off. What they did was they punished DZ by not allowing the momentum, not allowing him the frags, and making sure that they're able to pincer Brandon as well as, I would say, Shiba, just like they did in the first round. But let's have a look at the MVP for this game in particular, and it is gonna be going to, honestly, Zan. And again, we have to talk about his ACS, his kills, his KDA. These are extremely high numbers, and 39% as well. You saw how he plays that jet. It's not about just getting those frags. It's not about just playing aggressive. It's the fact that how exactly he decides to I would say, to execute how he plays that jet, how he does take space, how he thinks very, very fast, and making sure the area around him, making sure that he knows that how he can challenge that up, how he can move around a recon, and how exactly is he going to try and isolate 2 or 3 players who is actually playing on A main or even B main. Zan is just not afraid to take up space, but at the same time, he's not aggressive to the point where he's just seeing red and just going aggressively. He's actually very, very aware as well, which is why he's a protege, honestly.
Yeah, and this prodigy definitely deserves all the limelight that he could possibly get. It's not his first time getting the MVP title, and of course, all this is also team effort where we see everyone being able to contribute pretty much equally. So, meanwhile, of course, Yakiniku, now they're on this deficit, they really have to restructure on how they really want to plan out how the retakes is gonna look for them, because they rely a lot on Muzi as well. Shiba in the past round So everybody's got to distribute this weight evenly. So we'll definitely give them a little bit more time to think before we hit our way into Ascend. So for the time being, of course, get your water, get some snacks, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Hi guys, I'm from Enigma Gaming. The org is based in India and it's founded by Aryaman Wasan. They just recently ventured into the MYG scene and we're lucky enough to get picked up by them. We will do our best to win the challenges and qualify to Ascension. I'm the doctor from Enigma Gaming. I'm the IGL for the team. I play the controller for the team. Fun fact about my in-game name, the doctor, I'm actually not a doctor. I got the name from a MotoGP racer which I admired a lot and I've stuck with it since. Although I'm not a doctor, but my aim is as precise as a surgeon. I would like to introduce one of my teammates, Tyron. He's the main initiator of the team. He creates space with his utilities. For me, he's a very smart player. He makes split second decision for the team, which helps us in and out of the game. Next up, I would like to introduce Zen. He is our main duelist of the team. He is our star player. He is very young, very mechanically gifted, but also very disciplined, despite his role of a duelist that needs to open up space for the team. Next up, I would like to introduce Frey. He's the sentinel of our team. He's a very good sentinel because he is very good at finding those 1v1s and winning those. He's the jokester of the team because he's very straightforward. Lastly, I would like to introduce Divine. He's the flex player of the team. He is quite a perfectionist in and out of the game. This helps us execute with his flawless utility usage and trading capabilities. Although there are some respectable teams and players out there, we are not afraid of any of them. I want my team to be remembered as one of the greatest that ever touched the game. We would like to thank all the fans around the world, especially those from India. We wish that you would continue to support us as we carry the Enigma banner into the MYSG region.
destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you
Each round, only one of them's been. Oh my god!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it!
Kind of like see that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliates too, but he has to call for second.
Welcome back, folks, and you are currently watching the VALORANT Challengers Malaysia Singapore Split 1 2023. You're here with me, Contra, as well as Tash Bunny as your casters for the entirety of the week. Well, I want to say the entirety of the week, but then again, we're starting things off on week 2, day 1. So, of course, this is an exciting series between both Enigma as well as Hey Yakiniku, where Enigma draws the first point in this series, and now we're about to hit into Ascend. But these battles between the Jets have been impeccable. Dizzy did so much in round 1, and for both ends of these halves, you see Zan popping off to be able to secure yet another MVP title for him.
I think what's really important as well is to talk about like how exactly that game went by is the fact that for Enigma, they're a little bit more calculated in how they take a space, how they decide to play the round, and how exactly they are very patient in when they want to do those retakes as well. They're very, very, I would say, mechanical in how they play. Their timings are also very, very good. And they are very, very aware of how Hey Yakiniku plays. If you looked at the game just now, it felt like they read Hey Yakiniku like a book, very aware that we're going to be finding Benaf in the backside, very aware that we're going to be finding someone on the middle side, waiting for them on the rotates. And while it was a little bit rough on the attack, defensive side, it felt like they were taking round and round. And I think that only one round was given to the side of Enigma before they finally closed down the game. Now, as we move into the next map pick, which is Ascent, I think that this is also Hey Yakiniku's map pick. It's also one of the maps that I feel like Hey Yakiniku might have an upper edge on, only if they managed to just hold on to their areas, because control is always the name of the game for Enigma.
Exactly, and when we talk about control, we also have to talk about the midsection of controls, where you expect a lot of battles to happen in between both of these teams. It was a 13-7 record back in the Icebox. In case you guys missed it, you can go back and rewatch it to your bots. I assure you, it was pretty much a blast that we've managed to actually catch early on. But Ascend, though, this being Hey Yakiniku's map pick, like you said, Enigma did play a couple rounds inside of this particular map on the past week itself. Not to say that they were ill-experienced. Everybody has played in Ascend one way or another, right? But when it comes down to execution, you saw how clean Enigma Gaming have been able to offer in return inside of Icebox. Expect the same form of play this time around. Perhaps they may have a couple of plans, whether if they attack on the A side. Both teams really have to watch out from the entry upon Garden, because a lot of the times these Jets, they like to lurk around those corners. And we definitely want to see what type of agents they want to select this time around to make things different.
I think after their loss to TODAK 9-13 on that map in particular, the idea, I mean, we did see DZ play a little bit more aggressive, and it felt like they were punished over and over again for that. And we saw a little bit of a separation, especially as we saw an entry from DZ as well as his teammates. Now, with Shiba in the fray, will this change? Will Shiba actually enable DZ to be able to not only take up site, but also play aggressively? Because as we know, it is the initiator's job to give that information or feed that information to his duelist to be able to take up that space. Now, on top of that as well, you prioritize that midsection here, and we have to talk about like that midsection because it's separated into so many different angles. There's a top cat, there's also garden, as well as the area toward tree, as well as market side as well. If given the fact that they have full control all the way to market and backside, this could spell doom, especially for Hey Yakiniku. But if say that they're able to hold on to their areas very, very well, denying them that mid-side would kind of force them to either go toward tree, toward A, or they have to go through market toward B, either market toward B or just stuck rather from main. And we all know that going from main into B is one of the hardest chokeholds that you have to do. Regardless, we have seen very explosive plays on that map in particular, where we see a sort of, I would say, default coming through, going for those picks is number one, and number two, kind of like waiting for time to go down, denying that information and playing very, very explosively. Of course, if say Hey Yakiniku was not baited for their utils, it might actually work out in their favor, given the fact that the time frame for the plant is very, very small. Or we might see a different kind of control coming in from Enigma, just baiting out those utils or just kind of forcing those fights and relying on Zed to get those picks.
Yeah, exactly on those points, right? Like for Hey Yakiniku, them being deterred into the icebox doesn't mean that they won't be able to bounce back out from here, because we've seen them on Ascent where they have pretty much effective executions, especially on that B side as well, where you've seen Dizzy being able to quickly get into Bullet House very, very efficiently. I think like as for Enigma Gaming, when they do go on the defense, they do definitely have to see whether if they could find windows of opportunity to be able to punish them. And this time around, let's see what's going to be different when it comes down to agent selection, where the KOs are finally coming up online. Well, we see both Shiba as well as Muzi are hovering onto the Sova. Whether or not will this switch over where Shiba was playing on Sova early on and had great effectiveness, I'm wondering what would be going on it once again.
Shiba gonna be going onto the Sova. And honestly, I haven't seen Shiba play another agent other than Sova from last year all the way till now. I don't think it's gonna be changing anytime soon as well, given the fact that Shiba, we haven't really been seeing playing as much as he wants to. I know that he is a little bit busy with, I think, real life commitments as well, and playing whenever that he can. Now, Musi on this Cypher. We've seen Darion from Bleed play Cypher on this particular map, and Cypher has been particularly scary given the fact that his buff gives him so much control of area. Is number one, and number two, he can play Ring Around the Rosie through his cages as well. And if Musi times his rotations right with the lurks, I think he can get a lot of value for his team. On the flip side, Frey as well has been doing the same thing. And personally for me, I think for this map in particular, we can expect Frey to be a little bit more B side anchoring compared to Musi that might be anchoring A side, because that's how I feel like these areas is made for these two sentinels.
Yeah, and when it comes down to defense, I think like Hey Yakiniku definitely has a lot of time to be able to be bought here, especially with Cypher being able to set up even very efficiently. So like you mentioned about the buff, like on A side, some of all these angles where you can set up the trap wire could even deter this Jet from getting that clean entry as they would like to. Now, of course, we got 1 minute before we kick things off here. Do you like the form of setup that Hey Yakiniku has in return, and what else could they possibly offer in the tank to be able to come ahead?
Personally, I think that for Hey Yakiniku, dwindling the numbers of utils that Enigma can use should be the name of the game here. Either they go for the picks or bait out those utils. Because for Enigma, they need those utils to get that control. And when you deny area of control from Enigma, you deny information from Enigma, and suddenly you see everything just whittling down. Regardless, I think for Hey Yakiniku, they had some pretty sick setups there onto A side, especially with their Cypher before. And I'm really liking that if say that you want to play with if you want to play deny entry from the Jet, they can put the wire a little bit higher just to stop Zan from getting onto the site with the dash, or they can just take their time and just sort of whittle it down one by one. Regardless, this is our map number 2, series number 1, Hey Yakiniku, Enigma Gaming. Let's see if it's going to be a 2-0 or a 2-1, or 1-1 rather.
Enigma having the clear advantage here after winning the Icebox matchup. We'll see Zan this time starting off with the Frenzy, so you expect him to just go guns blazing to clear off any form of section that they're looking upon. Spike's all the way over onto A though, but they want to establish a little bit more pressure onto B to see if they could find an opening pick. Whereas Hey Yakiniku has, well, of course, have got a couple of ideas to work with from the midsection as well. And they're basically pressing on the attack. My goodness, Enigma swinging out, and they're going to be able to get every single exchange where the Doctor gets the double, and Ben is absolutely low, but he will still stand tall.
It's a very aggressive round for EG. They were expecting to catch them off guard on B main, but what Yakiniku did was read that perfectly. What they did was they had a crossfire from garden all the way to the corner of the little hut, and also from the entrance of spawn, allowing them to not only catch them off guard but also get multiple picks at the same time. And now that we know that EG, or rather EG knows that they're in this situation, they're better equipped and better prepped for that, because we all know that for this map in particular, defense has the advantage.
Yakiniku once again going for the same initial setup. That's going to be a pretty clean lineup coming out of Divine to be able to scan through to members over on the corners of mid. For the time being though, we see 3 members of EG planted right within the side. Ray holding on the shorty, hoping for members of Yakiniku to pass. With them having some shields intact, this is going to be rather difficult to shred unless he gets ahead. And they're about to set everything perfectly for the speed take.
Quickly onto the site here as immediately Frey jumps up with the shorty, finds DZ, but the spray spray is coming through as Frey gets the reposition. Zan as well gets one more in return. It's not even an anti-eco, it's just straight up no util, guns blazing. As at the end of the day, EG wins this one. They didn't even buy utilities. If you looked at what happened just now, Frey didn't even set up any traps.
It's just ridiculous, right? Both of them going on, what, a shorty galore, and they got so much worth out of just 200 creds that they've spent. Now they basically equalize and restart everything all together. Meanwhile, Yakiniku, they're on the hand cannons alongside with a Marshall. And Shiba says, okay, you want to play shotguns? I'm going to bring this bucket alongside with me as well. Let's keep in mind, Styron's got that Vandal up online. To be able to put a lot more pressure and holds Brandon back with the shot dock being able to put right across. Trying to see whether he could basically get that one-on-one trade onto A.
Flash comes through. And Dizzy is just waiting for his turn. Brandon gets one more before Zan trades him out. Zan already for 2, make it 3. Zan is on a rampage, and you know that if he has the momentum, he will just extremely rampage on everyone, still knowing that there's one more on main. Frey clears out Brandon, and they know the final member is on top cat.
The interventions, I mean, this guy just absolutely looking crisp on his shots, and Divine already has perfect information where they're going to be on mid-top, and not too difficult to basically hunt him down now. Going on the fourth round, though, things might actually be a little bit more tricky for Enigma Gaming on that guns deficit. First, Yakiniku finally going on that full buy, but they've been trying to force and create this pressure. Yakiniku didn't manage to really get much in return, and EG so far getting those good reads, but I felt like they were a little bit overzealous at certain times. This time, gonna be pushing it out instead. Zan being blinded.
Blinded and one-way smokes coming through. Zan immediately spraying through, finds Musi. There's still one more to worry about. He is suppressed, so he has to reposition himself. Gonna play a close angle. The Doctor finds one, but not before he trades Divine, rather, out of the way. Still, a 2-for-1 situation as Shiba finds one, Brandon as well. Styron trades out one more. Still a 2-on-2 situation, but Shiba is a little low.
Great read. Even with such an aggressive push from Zan, you see how well they've been able to supplement that at times. The door is sealed shut, and the nav creates ample room for them to get this plan. But pressure is on. Styron still has the owl drone to see if they could basically get any form of pick. But you got to keep in mind this main being held on.
Frey, she just walks up like it's nobody's business. Peeking dry. Same goes for Styron. Clean round for Enigma. I would say that it gets very messy for the beginning trades, but the multi-frags that come through just gives them so much value.
Yeah, and on top of that, Siren contributed so much in this round itself, getting that great read onto Garden, and then after that, just holding them down and still bought enough time for Frey to effectively come in from the flank. Brought them back another efficient point in favor of the side of Enigma Gaming.
Frey just walking up like he owns the area.
Yeah.
Through as well, he was so aware that Shiba was holding that area, but I think he knows that his teammate probably said, he's distracted by me. Walk up right now. And that is the communication that I feel is coming through from Enigma. We always talk about their rotations or timing. Till today, that consistency is still there.
Hey, Yakiniku.
You are divided.
Need to force a point right here. Going on full buy. Having a Bulldog in the hands of Shiba. He's going to be able to find one on the corners of Generator, and Dizzy has to clear it out immediately. Especially with this Cosmic Divide being set up. Things may not look too bleak, especially when you still have the lockdown being readily available, and Phrase starting to get into position as well. So, hey, Yakiniku really has to take position.
This is what I was talking about in terms of Enigma Gaming being able to just wait out those utils. Immediately gonna put down the lockdown. Hunter's Fury is popped. Dizzy gonna find that quickly, not from Spray. Immediately he trades him out. So you do know that the Hunter's Fury did clear him out. He has to move over to the backside. He can't trade out. He can't swing out right now. Brandon finds one. Shiba finds another. Still only one or two more to worry about. Shock Dart through. Clean round for Yakiniku, and they finally figure out how exactly to handle EG.
Especially with all the resources that they had. Despite Enigma Gaming being able to set a few of their own, they didn't really get too much of that value in return. And now, Yakiniku managing to stabilize in terms of economy and still having Benef as well as DZ to have their elements available. They should be able to even find more points in return so long as they could get those clean attacks just like how they did it before.
Here comes Dizzy, Blade Storm out. Still waiting for anyone to peek out. We know that he wants to go and challenge Top Cat, but it's going to be smoked out. So it gives him a full area of control moving over. So he can actually enter tree right now. But look, they have two people waiting on tree side. So it allows him maybe to get one, unless he's fast enough. But his teammates very much ready.
Oh, this is going to be pretty concerning. Here comes the shot.
Flash!
Both sides being blinded out. Oh. Get full return. How does he even get those headshots when he's being absolutely blinded? Now they get that free access into the side, but keep in mind though, look where the doctor's at.
Still just waiting in the smoke. And once again, immediately pick out DZ, finds Styron. The doctor gets one more, but not before he gets stopped in his tracks. Whittling down the numbers, it's only going to be Zan left. Clean round. But let's see if Zan will be able to get some multi-picks here. He wants to go for that value. He's playing a very tall corner, finds Dizzy, stops the rampage, repositions himself. But look at the area. Oh no, they accidentally shock darted himself. Shiba trying to go for the right click, but he has a shorty in hand. 3 in his pocket. Can he make it 4 is the question. He does have a Vandal, 14 HP. But Brandon wins the spray.
The wide swing from Brandon brought them back.
I have to say that's a little bit too close for comfort, given the fact that look at how much damage Zan did in a 1v4.
Yeah, I mean, consider that worth you still dent the economy of Yakiniku. Sure, they walk away with that point in return, but you're still squeezing them every single point around. Enigma Gaming had to do what they had to do, especially with them losing so many members from the get-go. Dizzy was so effective with that shot forward, and the setups from Brandon definitely bought them so much space in return. And speaking of space, look at Enigma Gaming. You're up for some cheese. Okay, at least there's not too many members involved.
I mean, they are in a situation where their economy isn't the most, I would say, similar, but Styron was pretty much ready for Brandon. And I like that they have like this buddy system going on, that Brandon, if say that Styron missed, immediately going to see Zan just come through and get those kills. The trade potential is there. And if we look at how Enigma plays, it's very calculated. It leaves nothing, nothing left to be desired. It's a situation where we lose one, that's fine. So long as we go for trade, it's very, very important.
Pressure is on, and Frey still swings it back, despite being dropped right into a very unfavorable position for the rest of Yakiniku. And he's being scanned out. Dizzy now pushes through. He does get the spike in return. And cheekily, Dizzy just swings back into the middle while he has to dodge the Hunter's Fury, goes up in the air, but will be able to keep himself alive and quickly rotates to B. Despite them not having the Astra, they are getting their values worth. This time around, Enigma, they're being held back.
30 seconds left.
There's also the suppress as well. It's a little bit hard for them to do anything, but they still get 2 for 1. It's Dizzy Final member life very low. Dizzy for 3. Divine and Dizzy 1v1. Now he's trying to get the isolate to come through. Gonna bring back his teammate, give him the numbers advantage. But the crossfire comes through and Divine still gets it in the end. 1 versus 2 is nothing on Divine.
Oh, it was so close, and Divine managing to save the day. This was so crucial for Enigma. Like, if they lost this round, like, they will have to force whatever at hand. Meanwhile, hey Yakiniku, I think like the way that they traded, especially after losing Brandon, really shows how well DZ has that great read of that situation. Create as much pressure as they can, and after that, being supplemented on top with Shiba as well as Banav, having his back in return. Zen now trying to get that pick over on the mid, and he still gets it in return. Dizzy not quick enough to respond.
Oh man, that smoke timing. I thought that they were just moved away from that smoke, but Zan just held that position. So Dizzy thought it was safe, but here is Shiba really finding Frey on the aggression, punishing him for his overzealousness, and Brandon just kind of spraying through, making some noise, trying to bait out some utils.
Not too sure if they could basically get that clean entry if they are still committing onto B. Zan now being picked off. Yakiniku. It's quite a solid chance at this. This time around, Star's being left barebone inside of the side. Especially being scanned by the neural tap. Nothing much I could do about it. Muzi still playing very offensively on the Cypher. And Divine tries to go in for the trades, but Nav still catches him off guard.
Doctor still coming in through mid, but Nav was just absolutely sharp this round. He had full mid control. As soon as Zan went down after he challenged him, he held on to the area very, very well. Now, I think what's also really important as well is the fact that Yakiniku has been very tactical with their usage of their ultimates. If you notice, they actually held on to their ultimates for a few rounds until they make sure that they can get that value from those ultimates. There are situations where I get a little bit worried because it felt like they used 2 ultimates in 1 round, but you always notice that they've been farming those orbs as well, because every round there is going to be at least 1 or 2 people on Yakiniku that has the ultimate, and this time it's going to be Shiba.
This time Enigma Gaming will have to play a little bit more passively of them not having the economic values, but Zan lifted himself sky high to get this Blade Storm working out and catches Shiba off guard. Now, it doesn't matter if you had that Hunter Fury available. Now Shiba's not even being able to play the game at all. Yakiniku has to sit back and relax for a time being and really deconstruct where exactly are these guys positioned. I mean, those were cheeky angles coming from Zan. Now they will try to go for another attempt across Garden.
So very aggressive, high updraft that catches their initiator off guard. Immediately Divine gonna spot out someone over on Garden. Zan
again
not stopping his rampage. He's suppressed. He doesn't have the blades anymore. He has to give up that space. He is still on the aggression, still just waiting. He takes that damage. He wants to go aggressive. He wants to go for those right clicks. And Brandon taking up this mid area. And I think Enigma already suspecting that it's gonna be happening toward mid. Musi takes a lot of damage. 5 HP left.
A little bit more concerning for Yakiniku. Despite members of Enigma Gaming going on eco, they're doing things so efficiently. Now there is a little bit more access onto the side, but they still have to deal with Frey.
Frey not moving at all. Very, very trigger disciplined, and he's gonna slowly whittle the numbers down. He has a shorty in hand. If they want to clear this area, they have to play the corner. Surprise! Gets one, gets a reposition. He actually narrowly misses the blind as well. Frey already with 2. The Doctor finds 1 more headshot straight to Musi's. Banav trades it out, and Frey cleans that house.
Still quite impressive, especially when you take a look at how EG does it. With so little resources, and Zan, those pickoffs across Garden as well as that updraft to be able to catch Shiba off guard, held Yakiniku back, and immediately Yakiniku responds with applying pressure not only onto Market, but also the Garden side. And after getting that suppression onto the Jet, they finally felt, okay, we will have a little bit more control onto B, but eventually once they rotate, I felt like the rest of Enigma has already got the perfect timings to be able to retake efficiently.
It's also just information from Zan in general, because even though he was smoked out, he was still playing aggressively onto tree. He got 2 picks before finally just still moving up. Dizzy this time with the Blade Storm. He's the one going on aggressive. He finds Zan immediately onto midside despite the turret. The idea was to just distract, but doesn't really matter now because he was a little bit more quick on the ball.
Trying to find a pick onto Siren. He goes up in the air, but doesn't really have much health to work with. Millie gets caught off guard. Prey gets a couple attacks, not being able to break down Brandon. Now, though they are suppressed, they will be able to get this plant down. And with only one member left, they don't even need to wait, as they will be able to draw it 5-5.
Very interesting situation because just now it felt like they had full control, but the fact is, the idea was Zan is supposed to be Zan is supposed to hold with the turret. The turret was supposed to distract, but Dizzy, quick on the ball, goes down, takes up area of not only Market but also B main. And because of that, they had so much room to work with. As they rotate, they catch them in the mid rotation, and EG just whittles down in numbers. And I think this also just shows that, hey, Yakiniku, they don't really always call for those timeouts, but they are actually just kind of like changing their ways they play on the fly.
True enough, very, very much adaptive, and they really spotted out Frey. They pinched onto the corner, nothing much you could do about that. And we expected him to be a little bit more aggressive on the attempt, but the damage numbers onto DZ gives them a little bit more of that edge later on. And oh boy, they're breaking something down.
They didn't have the value for economy. They wanted to go aggressive. They wanted to go for some pickoffs. Yeah, you get Brandon, but the only thing you can do is just try and win in terms of kills.
Spike planted.
Spike is down. Now, Styron has either the idea to save or catch them as they go for the advocate frags, and I think that's exactly what Styron's going to do. They do need these weapons as they go into the next round. They don't have a lot of economy left, and I think with 2 rounds in a row, yes, they'll have a bonus, but they want to make sure they can take a few rounds in a row so that if, say, they were to lose more, it might be a whole different situation. Banaf is ready and sound to catch Styron off guard. He wins it, but not... Oh, actually, he gets 2! They were actually having a buddy system, but Styron manages to isolate, and immediately he knows as one person playing close with a shotgun, he has to be playing very, very safe. He wins it with a 4, but the round is still going to go to Yakiniku.
Still depleting whatever resources that Yakiniku had. Though they got the point, at what cost though? It could have been a lot cleaner if they have basically had this read. I mean, they've already thrown the recon right there. They should know that it's by main already. And Styron at least brings these numbers back, and that could be a huge confidence booster for the rest of Enigma Gaming. It didn't seem like they were off track at any point of time, and finally we see an operator within the rounds of Ascend. Well, actually, still having some exchanges. Zan still takes hold off mid. So this might actually deny Yakiniku from doing that. But they're just basically running it through B with the Cosmic Divide being set up.
Cosmic Divide as well as the Null Command as well gives them so much space as well as value, but here comes the Hunter's Fury as well to add it on. Styron finds Shiba in the midst of planting, but look at how much space Yakiniku has. You can see DZ pushing out, but Zan with that Guardian get those taps ready and done. And now the question is, what are you gonna do? Because Zan is the one to move off of so much of those utilities. Musi and Banaf and 1H. Styron stepping it up, finds Banaf in return. They know there's one on B main as well. All they have to do is just wait for Musi to come outside, sprays through. Musi still wins it. Was not expecting that big swing.
Yeah, this is where Musi is being forced to push right into sight as they're going for the defuse. Can he get in time? Well, actually, it's already over. My bad. You know, I still felt that pressure, but that execution coming from Yakiniku looked to be clean, but in return, you saw how well Zan has been able to get a grasp of their positioning as well, just clearing off whatever's from main, and that leaves them a little bit more room for access.
You can see the pressure coming into the Doctor's face. I can tell that he is an IGL that doesn't like to leave any stone unturned, any loose ends untied. I think it also shows in the way of how he actually manages the team and how he does the calls as well. But 6-6, I mean, for Yakiniku, it's a good half, but for EG, I think they wanted to be a little bit more further than that as they go into attack side. But let's see how it goes here, because it isn't necessarily the hardest thing to get a plant onto A, but let's see if they're able to get the rounds that they want to go for 2-0.
Brandon trying to hold them all back, while Styron will be able to supplement this push coming in from Zan. Dizzy though, trying to swing outwards, but will be clipped off Oh, the grenade's being set out by Divine. Zen in position, but his frenzy doesn't seem to clip him at all. But Nav still holding on.
Look at how aggressive he is, playing inside of smoke, playing really close. He tried to play off that flash, but Banaf will be the one to come out in the end of the day. They're trying to clear out hell, but look at that damage Banaf did onto the Doctor.
They're all pretty darn low, and Sheba, in return, goes in for
They
a quick
jumped out
swing.
together.
Doctor's only got 20 HP. And he's still managing to bring a couple of health stars left. Staro has got lineups. What can Sheba do?
He's out of recons. He's out of his shock darts. He has to swing out. Now both of them just playing time. But perhaps swinging out instead of listening to the beep was not the play, but I think he bought enough time.
Yeah,
Yeah, he bought enough time.
just pixel perfect. He kept it for this very moment. Just about close to 1
Look
second
how
on the clock.
smug he looks.
Yeah, like, you just love it, right? When you win rounds like that as a Sova, like, you just feel like you have the biggest brain of the block. Well, Enigma Gaming has gotten the brightest idea of how exactly to go in on those form of situations. And hey, Yakiniku, I guess they're just slowly starting to show maybe a little bit of wiggle room towards Hey Yakiniku's side, but majority of them really traded well.
Just waiting for time here. And I think that this aggression coming through from Hey Yakiniku, they want to punish, and they do. Finds Divine in the middle. Zan gets clipped. DZ a good Fortuna before Zan finds that close angle to just challenge the Marshal. Banaf only left with 10 HP left. They're still at a man advantage, but with Banaf so very low, it might be a little bit hard. Now he's going to be playing off this flash. They have one more playing from Wine. A genius play, as they've just pincered them from so many different angles.
The classic KO setups, man. I tell you, like, Hey Yakiniku just knew exactly what Enigma Gaming wanted to do, especially with that form of setup, that read over on the mid, where you had Dizzy not only clipping one with the Marshal, when he switches over on the Classic, he still gets that trade, and after that, it forces the rest of EG to respond in kind. I mean, them being on eco round, now it's going to be a little bit tough for them to really give on that full-on chase. Could still possibly wait for the rest of Hey Yakiniku to play a little bit more aggressively and maybe punish them for that.
Now it's quiet for EG, and I'm really liking the fact that they decide, okay, we play fast, it's not working out. We play mid, it's not working out. So what can we do? We can either take our time and just go explosive, or we can try a different way and just try to bait out utils. But I think for them, it's more like gathering that information. The Doctor will be the one to push up through. I think he's playing this corner, kind of hoping someone just go aggressive and push. But that's not happening. DZ did get tagged. Look how low he is. Let's see if Frey actually will get this one tap is the question. DZ does a little bit more to go. Frey gets him in the end. Big value. Does not allow DZ to get those fries. Does not allow DZ to take up space as aggressively as he wants to.
That's exactly what they needed. Now with that jet down, they would feel a little bit more boost of confidence to be able to have a clearer way to get into his sight. But it will still take a while. I mean, they still have to deal with all these spring specters by the end of the day. Now, slowly cutting into mid. This is where they will have to face off against Brandon. Going on after form!
Oh, not the greatest way to go. And the Doctor is blessed with one Spectre to play with. Regardless, coming through. Zan picks up one. Another charge for Sheba. Stops Divine. And Styron finds Hey Sheba in return. And they have a clear sight to play around to. And it's only Musi to go for that clutch.
On this Thrifty as well. I mean, these boys are absolutely onto something. Enigma Gaming slowly and steadily weirder down Hey Yakiniku. This guy's got no vision. Muzi just got a wide swing. This one does get one back.
He gets two. Can he get three? Is the question here. As the Doctor.
Speedo, 6 bullets in the chamber.
So very low. Just waste time. And that's exactly what the Doctor wanted. Well, the Doctor was just swinging to waste time, but it just so happened that Musi walked into his crosshair. And the Musi's just gonna, the Doctor's gonna say, like, I wasn't trying to kill you. You walked into my crosshair.
Yeah, and they had to strengthen numbers in return. Despite that being eco, EG absolutely obliterated them. And that is a telling sign when Chiba started to consider and Odin in hand, so perhaps he might be able to blast one out of the B walls.
I mean, to be fair,
Yeah.
this map has very, very shreddable walls.
True enough. This is where you really have to abuse them. Being scanned throughout, where Styron is just slightly suppressed with the rest of them over onto A.
Oh, the aggression from Brandon. Perfectly done. And Doctor says, okay, I like this skin. I'm going to pick it up. Sorry about that, brother.
Well, now they could basically reconsider their options once again. But if they're going to do exactly the same thing, it will be such an easy read for Yakiniku,
I'm
right?
just surprised from EG because Yakiniku has done that aggressive A play many, many times.
And they should have actually suspected that as well. And this time, they not opting to cut into Garden. You really have to deal with
I mean, at least
this
they
Astra.
know. Yeah, they do know that there's an Astra there. It's just a matter of trying to figure out or get different information from different places. And it's going to be one pickoff by Divine. At least that's revenge for his fallen teammate. Coming onto the side there, Dizzy. They tried to walk in with the Aldro, but Dizzy punishes. Styron finds a Shiba in return. But Styron good for 2. We all know that Styron can pop off when he wants to. Divine goes down, Styron for 3.
Enemy remaining.
Rather difficult, especially when you have the Ava being
It's
offline.
Musi alone again.
Yeah, time and time again. I mean, they really have to use whatever they've got on the close walls. Though
What a
Boosie
job.
spots him out with only 7 HP left. Should be able to challenge as they are being all lined up, but this is a little too much. Styron gets the 4 frags.
Oh man, Styron. When push comes to shove, you can expect this man to step up again and again. And in this situation as well, I think what's really great about them is the fact that even though the start felt rough, having Brandon pick one off, they just repositioned, sending more people toward mid side to just kind of bait them out, whittle down the numbers, and then we take the space and just wait for it.
Indeed. Both sides just not showing signs of stopping anytime in return. This time, Enigma Gaming definitely have clear advantages with so many ults being left available. And Yakiniku is forced to sit right back.
We didn't see that audience value, did we?
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Just gonna play with time for the moment. And you will expect this
Oh,
huge scan to come
man.
through. Now you see rotations not being set in place just about yet. Yakiniku being set back in the return. Well, Enigma, they could do whatever they want over on the middle. They don't really have the firepower to go in for exchanges just yet. But Brandon tries to be pretty cheeky about this. Might be able to catch the Doctor. He's pushing very far forward.
Oh, he actually just sends something out. But he doesn't know Brandon is playing so very close. Clears out the
timing.
Gelato, but the Doctor Who, he still gets him in return. Regardless, they have full access of the site. We haven't seen Zan really go aggressive just yet because he is suppressed. He wants to play a very, very close corner instead of just going crazy. Regardless, look at this two-way angle they have. Throws out that fragment just to buy some time. Not fragment, sorry. It's the shock dart. Dizzy hasn't been able to get a headshot just yet. Aldron going to give that value, but immediately going to be shot out. But look at how many utilities, and they are being choked at the top of Haven.
They're going to go all together.
Oh,
Prey is
shot.
absolutely ready to take them on. Make that 2. He's going to get another one. Moosey's on the crosshair. Not going to be able to land that shot, though. Once again, it's always Moosey being the last man standing. But this, despite it being on an equal round, Enigma Gaming absolutely respected them and leave nothing to chance.
There are so many situations that I noticed that Enigma gave a lot of respect to the enemy again and again. Even though it's a 1v3, a 1v2, they're always swinging together. And Enigma Gaming, this particular round, is particularly scary. Look at how many ultimates they have. A total of 4, which is you have the teleport, you have the lockdown, you have the blade storm, as well as the Hunter's Fury as well. But immediately Zan gonna go for the aggression, coming through before it gets splashed out and gonna be punished immediately by Dizzy. Not getting value from that blade storm. Doctor, good for True, working with his teammates, 3 actually, as he moves in with the Hunter's Fury. Divine gets one with the fragment. what the heck? This speed is just so next level.
We didn't expect this tempo of play coming in from Enigma at all.
They used
They've been
3
playing
ultimates.
so slowly for a couple of rounds, and this time it's just full setting, so it's all ahead. And like you said, 3 ultimates. They know that they will have this one in the back, and the Doctor just brought all 3 together. What's Shiba's gonna do with this Odin, though? I mean, he's probably gonna go in for a save. He doesn't really have much left in the tank for the next round. He still has Hunter's Fury, though, for the upcoming matchup, so you just gotta sit back, relax, and really hand this one over to Enigma Gaming. Just the setups, right? Like,
Right here.
so efficiently done, not only by Frey, but Styron. This entire matchup inside of Ascend just sees him showing his true power. There's no footsteps. Styron.
Playing it very safe. Oh, Shiba still gets him.
Stay calm as opposed to.
Got pricked.
Oh man, he was prepped and ready for that. But my God, 2 ultimates used that round, and I think what's really good is just how impressive it was. The fact that they used 2 ultimates and just used that to their advantage, and you saw how exactly they took up space. Not everyone was running onto the side. They had set up 2 more on the backside, playing from main, which allows them a lot of access to heaven, gives information to those onto site as well, and also chokes everyone on the heaven side.
Yeah, this time around, Yakiniku has 4 ultimates available, but they don't really have the resources. They might actually save it for round 20. So, that being said, Enigma Gaming still sees a little bit more of that opening where they will have Zan already into the side. Doctor brought down to 2 HP remaining, and that's where the Hunter Fury is being set into effect. Almost coming on the siren though. Doors being broken, wide open. Brandon tries to reposition and try to wait for the rest of the team to take position over onto Heaven. And that's where they will come in with execution.
What shot. Shiba still gets 1 more. Shiba gets 2, but Styron gonna trade back. They go aggressive. They're gonna be punishing him. And I think you saw the fact that they were actually still using the Cosmic Divide onto the site as well as the lockdown, because they were trying to challenge that. Because how many rounds in a row are they going to give to EG as they go into round number 11? Even though they were on the eco, they still tried. And I think the objective was, we can turn this Thrifty into a win for us if we manage to not only get those frags, but also pick up those guns. But the problem is, Enigma Gaming was preventing them from happening.
True enough. Despite that, I mean, as much as they've committed 2 elements, they still have the Nap as well as Movie having that up online for this time around. The Doctor, going back, expecting this knife to come into place, will be able to deny any form of intel back onto Yakiniku side. Easy though, trying to see if he could basically get anything done right here. Aldron will be able to scan him, forces him to reposition. But that deep angle from Brandon, this might just be able to force EG to pay the price.
Actually, this is smart. They've done it time and time again. So the idea is Brandon either gets a pull in, and if they decide to flash, Brandon will be the anti-flash. Regardless, that's the flash coming through, and immediately DZ will be the one to punish, but Frey as well. It's a 2-for-2 situation, and Frey full control of tree area. They were not expecting that to happen.
And they managed to get that scan onto the Astra. There can only be one position that is being left while available, and that the whole swing worked out for him in return. Dizzy has gotten just about enough, but now 1-man disadvantage. Top from Heaven, they're trying to find any wall bangs available, but they still have to deal with Zhang. And this is not looking well. Shiba just depletes them right down from below.
They know there's one in hell, at least 2. All they have to do is just buy some time. They're going to be jumping down together. They've gotten value before, but that crossfire from Jen as well forces Musi in a situation that he cannot do anything. And again, Enigma with the crossfires, with no strings left untied. Go to round number 12, match point, and let's see if Yakiniku can maybe do a comeback. Maybe he can take 4 rounds in a row to force it into an overtime.
It's just scary how Enigma Gaming is so effective on their attacking side for both maps in particular. And Styron's strength is absolutely oozing out, not only from this round itself, also from Icebox, but this one clearly with those vision setup and as well as this control overall brings so much back. And then you have Zan, who just knows where exactly they're hiding. A lot of pressure onto Yakiniku. Brandon on that bulldog as well.
Oh, he
They get
gets
clipped.
tagged. He is clipped and immediately taken down. Musi without Zen still gets one. Styron finds Brandon, but Styron gets two. What a great quick reaction coming out from him. And immediately they're going to be getting the side.
Nothing much that EG will need to worry about from this position onwards. Once again, same sort of setup coming from Yakiniku, coming in from heaven. They will need Dizzy to be able to get some catches. He still has all his abilities left available, but that will all be denied by this KO. Things are looking pretty bleak. But when push comes to shove, they really have to pull in every strings available. Shiba only 30 HP on the judge.
Use that.
And time is of the essence. There's nothing much that Yakiniku can do to even get this defense down. And they spot them all out. Enigma Gaming looking for the last frag.
Three gone.
And they
Be
would
still.
bring
Attackers
4
win.
points in return to secure the entirety of the series.
My God, Styron, when push comes to shove, if you give him an inch, he takes a whole mile. Styron, if I could give you MVP, I would. It felt so many situations and times that Styron was able to get those multi-frags. He was making sure that he's not only getting those crossfires, but also making sure that his teammates remain alive. We're seeing again and again how if say that Enigma manages to get the plant down, those post plants is what Yakiniku should worry about. And again, denied that post plant so many times by Enigma, and it's going to be a 2-0 in the favor of Enigma.
Well, we really want to run it back, so let's bring up the highlights this time around where we saw Styron just doing so much work from the get-go, where even on 1v1 situations, we see clutches happening, and then you have Zan. If you give it up, you'll definitely be able to land a couple of blows. But Yakiniku, I think they retaliated pretty much evenly on the first half, especially having Dizzy to be able to directly challenge them. And this round in particular, where they brought in so many of all these shotguns and still managing to come in with Thrifty, it was pretty much impeccable. And then you have Styron, who just absolutely clear up shop despite them losing that point.
I think it's also really important is the fact that Styron had to step up because Zan was not able to get those frags that he wants to, especially if you kind of expect Zan to take up that space. But you saw him get caught out by utils, you saw him get picked off early, and this situation, we have to kind of like give Styron as well as the doctor that I would say that credit, because if say Zan goes down, what Zan, we also see trades coming through from his teammates. In a lot of situations, we see these fights, like it's rarely ever a 1v1. It's always an early trade coming through. Zan goes down, immediately you'll see a 2 trade back, either by the doctor or even Styron. But for now, let's have a look at the breakdown here, where it's heavily in EG's favor. 12 first kills in particular, and it's not just Stan for this, it's also Styron. Thrifties as well, EG managed to make those Thrifties work, and I think that that's the disparity between these two teams, where EG can turn a Thrifty into a winning round just being able to get those guns and go aggressive and use it to their advantage. We tried to see Yakiniku do that, but it didn't really work on their favor just because of the, I would say, very strong teamwork coming in from EG.
Yeah, and that high pressure situation on that A side definitely was too much for Yakiniku to handle, where maybe they needed to invest a little bit more of a better setup into that A side. But I think they've already done at most what they can, especially with Brandon having such a high impact play on this Astra. And despite that, with them having that great read, EG knew exactly what to do. Buy a little bit more time, look for those angles, especially into wine. They've been absolutely precarious of that sort of the situation, and eventually the things didn't seem to deter them, where they've gotten so many clean access for Zan. And not only that, you've always had Styron to be able to bring these amazing rounds back, and just look at his numbers. I mean, this guy is incredible.
I think what's also really important to note is the fact that EG was able to read Yakiniku like a book. We didn't really see Yakiniku have that flexibility in terms of changing up their strats on how exactly they want to hold the site, how exactly they want to play. We saw the same sort of play happen over and over on A main, where we see Brandon at Wine and we see one just playing the anti-flash from A main. But yeah, we will see one kill, but it's always a double trade back by EG. And as soon as that happens, you see sort of like explosive play from them running onto site. It's very rare that we've seen EG actually kind of like go into B. In fact, I think every single round round they've played has always been into A because they know how exactly each round is done in terms of how Yakiniku held that side.
Yeah, and on top of that, I think like the efficiency of Enigma Gaming in return of some of all these small little details. Sure, of course, before we even get to that, we have Styron, undoubtedly the MVP of the matchup on this Silva, with huge contributions throughout. I mean, not only it's due to those high frag numbers in particular, but him being able to just have that great mental fortitude in those rounds where they didn't really have the numbers advantage and still managing to pull off a couple of clutch have definitely set him into the pinnacle of success. So when we go back into some of all these things that Enigma Gaming has did well, is to deny information as well, where you have Divine to absolutely help in return, where you just keep Dizzy being suppressed at all costs, and then you just have everyone else running ring around Rosie across Yakiniku.
I think at one point Dizzy was no longer playing aggressive because he was being suppressed and denied. We saw him play with Musi on site. Yeah, we saw that value coming in from Musi, but at the same time, again, Enigma leaves no stones unturned. It's always going to be a trade, whether it be a one for two or 2 for 3. It's always been the case for them. And in a lot of situations, we don't really see that, I would say, that default that we saw from Yakiniku onto Enigma, where they would rather play close together, at least 2 people together, or maybe a 2-3 sort of formation. We didn't really see that happening from Yakiniku because they were always alone in so many different areas and they get picked off one by one. Regardless, that will be the end of Series 1 of the night. And after this, we're going to be seeing our second series tonight, so don't go anywhere. We're going to go on a short break.
destroyed, but Devon has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them.
Three
Are you
across
kidding
each
me?
round. Only one of them's been.
Oh
my God!
Oh, that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kind of like see that, but oh my god, not again!
Behind and retaliates still, but he has to cross. Stop it!
Welcome back once again to the VALORANT Challengers Malaysia and Singapore Split 1 2023. It's Contra as well as Tash Bunny, your casters for the entirety of the day. Starting off here on week 2, day 1. We've already got a banger of our series that's coming your way, and you definitely don't want to miss this one because there are 2 titans on board. It's Bleed Esports versus TODAK. And these 2 are esteemed organizations that have set foot in MYSG since the get-go. And of course, Bleed have been paving the way, and TODAK now with a refined roster. Both sides are on 2-0, and one of them will have to end their streak.
I think what's really important to talk about, both teams had a restructure recently, with Bleed no longer doing the EU Southeast Asia fusion, but going for a full Southeast Asia barrel of spice. And now you followed it up by TODAK, a full Malaysian team. Now both teams are on 2-0 currently, with TODAK showing a huge character development, huge, I would say, change in how they used to play from last year to this year. And I think it's all because they finally had a restructure in their organization as well last year, where they finally have a new analyst and a new coach. But meanwhile, for Bleed Esports, with the addition of Juicy, you have JH coming through, you have Crazy Guys, the new IGL. They are a whole different beast, very different to the explosive plays before. Now very, very calculated.
Yeah, I would definitely say that they are the team to beat at the moment. And TODAK, they have rich history to go up against them multiple times, and both teams have definitely seen a massive number of successes and also certain painful downfalls from a couple of seasons, here to redeem themselves once again. And none of these sides want to budge when it comes down to securing that clean record, especially for the first 2 weeks itself. So TODAK, with them having that sort of revamp, you do see them performing pretty much consistently through the past week itself, where I'm pretty sure you have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, with the changes that have come, we see Frosty's pick up onto TODAK, and he is a mean neon. But if you look at Aduka, who used to be their duelist, now taking a back seat after his return, this is a whole new different story for TODAK. I mean, we all know hashtag TODAK Langga, and I think that this season, starting off very strong for them, is exactly the beacon of light that a lot of Malaysians want to see. After a long time, we've seen that TODAK has been kind of overshadowed by Singaporean teams.
Yeah, and overall, I think like TODAK is still trying to find their footing on what really works best, especially now with Bleed still being so formidable despite all these changes. We've seen what Scary had offered in return on the past week itself, and they've even opened up the match with even Lexi, and it didn't seem like any of these teams have been able to really press them all too hard. And well, on top of that, we have not just Scary that's going to be offering a whole lot on the table. We've seen Dirion on his jet looking absolutely crazy, and then you have Juicy, the prodigy of the team that finally makes his return into the VCT and still showing that there's no signs of stopping.
For Bleed Esports, their change in how they play is what I like to see more. It's less about like leaving Pith and Maxi, their 2, I would say, initiators slash sentinel on another side of the map and going aggressive on the other, but more of the teamwork in general. We're not kind of like seeing a lot of pressure on Darion's shoulders now that he's no longer the main, I would say, duelist. Now that it falls onto Juicy's shoulders, and now for Darion, he's able to move around to whatever I would say role that suits him the best. We've seen him take a back seat and play a sentinel on Ascent. We've seen them go double duelist onto Pearl, and that worked out so much in their favor. Now, because Darion is playing this flex situation, he can basically do whatever he needs, go aggressive when he wants to, or play back if he wants to, and his team can just do whatever he wants, and Juicy will be the guy that will carrying the, I would say, entry into the site for Bleed.
And I really want to add to that, because of that flexibility that enables them to have so much layer of depth compared to the majority of the teams that are involved, where most players are fixated on a specific type of role, where you see Dirion, if he wants to go for other types of agents as well, he doesn't just rely on those duelists, where if he wants to take backseat, if you're given a killjoy or even a breach, he will still enable a team for success. Meanwhile, for TODAK though, the mainstay of the team being Atuka as well as Subby, and of course Frosties being the main duelist for the team, where we've seen them being able to still propel ahead and still have pretty much a clean record up against the teams that they had back in week 1, and Jeet as well as Kyle, with them being added into the table. We see a little bit more stability out of the team, but could they still match up to Bleed's finesse when it comes down to the speed of execution?
I mean, when you talk about speed, Frosties has always had that. Right now, I think the only agent we've seen him actually play on is Neon, and that is what actually he provides to the team. We did see them kind of had like a halt or a stop on Bind when they went against Yakiniku last week, I believe. And I think that what's really important here is the fact that whether or not Frosties will be able to deliver on just a Neon, or will he be able to switch out to different agents as well. And I think also another thing that we have to talk about is sometimes that, especially on Bind, it felt like the team was sort of kind of putting so many win conditions on themselves, and I wish that wasn't the case, especially for TODAK. Like, I understand that yes, you want to see a very interesting comp lineup for yourself, but when you are in a very execution style play and you're not able to execute, that is when things are gonna go wrong. And I think when they're against Bleed, I think what's really important for TODAK is to remember that against a team like Bleed, you need to kind of like lessen the win conditions and opt for something a little bit more straightforward.
That's actually really important when you have that easy access into how you want to go in for entry or even post plans overall. That's going to be vital for them to at least gauge the situation and not really worry about too much. But of course, they still have to win those trades. However, let's take a look at both teams' featured players. We got Juicy going up against Frosties. Whether we're going to see a jet battle yet again, that's definitely going to be a question for later on, because you did mention Frosty has been going a whole lot more on that Neon, and their stats pretty much impressive, especially Frosty's first blood ratio is on 21%.
When you look at Frosty's in terms of first blood, it's because he is just rushing onto the site and getting those picks very, very early. But in a lot of situations, Frosty's will get disabled and the team will be separated. And we saw that happen onto Bind. Now for Juicy, he plays a little bit more with the team. You don't really see, I would say, an angle or space between him and his teammates. Because for Juicy, he doesn't really play the jet. I think mostly I've been seeing is on Reyna. Now, how exactly does Reyna play? You go for the Leer, you go inside the site, and your teammates will play close to you because Reyna doesn't have that speed, or rather that area of space taking compared to, like, say, a Raze or even a Jet. Now, when you look at Juicy in terms of how he plays, he's more of like a heavy hitter that takes it slow, is very calculated, very just listening to what his IGL is going for, as opposed to Frosty's, who's a little bit more, I would say, a wild, free spirit. Just
freedom to roam.
Exactly. It's just gotta go fast, go into the site, and then suddenly you see, because he's just so fast, his team's not able to keep up with him. He gets disabled, he gets separated from his team.
That's where it becomes a double-edged sword, right? Where if he does get picked off, then it really will make the execution a whole lot more harder for TODAK. So hopefully within a few days window of, you know, scrims as well as practices, they will be able to fix some of all these glaring problems that they had in the past week. But despite that, they've been able to win those series in hand. So who knows? They might just be able to take lead on a 3-map run or even 2 if given the case. Now, quickly as it goes, Bleed decides to ban away Bind, as well as TODAK starting off with the ban on Breeze.
Not surprising that they banned out Bind. It's a map pick for TODAK, and I think that for Bleed, they don't want to deal with their Yoru fate that would have been refined over the weekend. And now for Breeze, I'm not surprised they banned that out, because when you talk about scary, he's actually one of the most scariest controllers out there, especially when you put a Viper on that map itself. Now Bleed gonna play on Pearl. We've seen how strong they are on this map in particular, and how they can kind of like dissect the map and just hold it in so many different areas. They took down Kizuna on that map as well, and I don't think that they actually want to go against. They actually think that might be their trump card. Rather, whoever that is better at this map early might just get the advantage, and TODAK going on defense first. I wouldn't be surprised if Frosty's going to be running a Neon. Now for Fracture, we've seen TODAK play on Fracture, and I think they've done pretty well. Twice they played on that map against Yakiniku and Path.
Yeah, and like you've already mentioned about how Frosty's definitely won a little bit more freedom when it comes down to access, where Fracture allows you so much spacing coming in from 4 different angles in particular. So it's not really too much of a surprise where TODAK feels very comfortable in this specific map. And even from, past historical matchups, we've seen many times both ends do contend in Haven a whole lot. So they really want to see whether or not can they settle the scores in Haven by the end of it all. But that being said, I want to reel it back to the point that you've mentioned, the time that Pro was played out for Bleed was that matchup within them as well as Kizuna. And they really make it like a walk in the park. Like the reads and everything in particular, Bleed has just such a great hole when it comes down to defense onto B as well as A, where it's really difficult to penetrate, and they have such a solidified middle control that make things a little bit more challenging. I wonder how does TODAK actually reach through some of all these instances when they go on the attack.
This is something that I would really say that for TODAK, they need to change their strategy, not just have a Neon as number 1, number 2. I think it's best if they play together. They cannot be separated, especially from Frosty's, from his teammates is another thing that in particular. Aduka has been stepping up. He has been a really good, I would say, sentinel for his team. He's getting those frags, he's getting those picks whenever he needs. His lurks have been really good as well. But another thing that I want to talk about as well is the fact that for Bleed, because they have such a great crossfires, number 1, number 2, they have great trade as well. It's going to be hard when you go into this matchup in particular, especially as we go into the first round here. We're seeing Frosty's now switching up his agent. No longer is he playing a Neon. He's going to opt for that raise, and I think this is good because he's not only able to take up so much space but also clear out so many different angles with the pain shells.
Yeah, and that allows Frosty's to be able to play very aggressively even on the defensive side. So I feel like this form of ideation also revolves around execution heavy from setup. We talk about Astra, Breach, as well as Fate. Like, it's all about huge AoE control, and when you do have the showstopper up online, like, you're expecting Frosties to literally have a blast, right? But for Bleed, it feels like they do have something that's pretty much of a well-balance of everything. You get to scan in for a little bit more intel, and then you have of course, ample of resources to work with from JH as well as Scary.
I'm surprised that Scary isn't running the Viper on this map. I would have expected that, but I think for a Brimstone, bigger smokes as well as the Orbital Strike does give a lot more value. And we've seen Scary actually play off the, I would say, lineup sort of Larry's plays, so I wouldn't be surprised that he'll be doing that in particular. But if you see this before, I mean, we've seen this sort of play coming in from Darion as well as Juicy. The fact that they're running that double duelist and it worked really well against Kizuna before. They were very aggressive. It allowed them so much space onto B long and allowed them so many trades in particular as well. So I think that this is going to be huge because Darion plays a little bit more behind compared to Juicy, who can play a little bit more close because he has those pick potential. And as soon as Juicy dismisses or overheals away, and then immediately Darion just pops out, goes in for the trade.
Yeah, usually they do have this double trouble storm setup where, like you said, you go in for those picks where you still have a backbone system for you to rely on. That has worked out very, very well in favor of Bleed Esports, and they once again didn't really change all too much of what they've shown for the past week, and they expect to exceed this expectation that we do have as we get ourselves into our first matchup in this best of 3. Tell us who you're rooting for as we're about to kickstart this whole series. And first, Tash Bunny, let's run.
Yeah, let's go. This is going to be our second series of the day, Bleed and TODAK. For Bleed, they just want to solidify their lead in this competition. And as for TODAK, their new run, their restructure, their rebrand, can they go into a 3-0 is the question. And I think this is one of their best runs in the 3 years of Valorant they've had. Because before this, it felt like they were struggling quite a bit. Compared to now, I think they have a lot they want to prove to everyone here at NYSG.
True enough, and for most part, Bleed Esports set the expectation to be at least Southeast Asia and beyond, right? Therefore, they've always been able to put a very high value on most of their talents, where they've been able to step up in many instances. D-Round, let's get the first blood over on its mid exchange, and TODAK being held back for quite some time now. Majority of members now eyeing onto a B setup. Keep in mind, I mean, most members of Bleed Esports are still within grasp, so if they want to cut through the B link, it would be a little bit of a challenge, especially when you have a little bit more of that pressure coming in from TODAK's fate on the other end.
For Bleed, I think this is not. I mean, we're not surprised that they're playing this way. They always go for information first, and I think information is key for them because it allows them to kind of figure out how exactly they want to execute onto the site. It looks like it's going to be a quick one. Straight onto A site. Sprays through from G. Unfortunately, does not get any tags. Only Darion, a little bit more, but he does take a little bit more damage. Immediately, he's going to be cornered over in Dugout. And Kale, smoked out, has to play with the Haunt.
It's being absolutely blindsided overall, and they are going for a wide swing. TODAK didn't really have much to offer. These exchanges went by one after another, and it's just quite a clean run coming out of Bleed, only losing Crazy Kai in exchange. Almost flawless, but starting from the get-go with that pick that they had, they just slowly stretch out the rest of TODAK, and once they did commit, look at how clean they did it.
Not only clean, enough credits to force buy rifles in round 2. They are so confident that they are going to win this, that they're just willing to sacrifice a heavy for a light. And I think it's going to be a quick one from Bleed Esports. Now, with the idea that Darion and Juicy are on the aggressive, all the Crazy Guy has to do is enable them by giving the info, and immediately you're going to expect a very fast, quick play onto site. We see one player, Aduka, playing in close behind there, and he's trying to stay alive, but Darion checks behind the pillar, takes him out. Crazy Guy picks up one more. It's going to be G, and it's going to be quick side take for them.
Juicy just cleans up everyone on the house, and TODAK only having one in exchange takes out JH, but there's just no chance that they could go up against all these rifles being set into place. TODAK finally getting to show some of their own, but G, because they did buy a Marshall in that past round, was forced to go on the Garden instead. So, still pretty much decent. I mean, overall, very much favorable for most part. Crazy Guy asked to utilize his Sheriff though. Not really hoping to get too much out of whatever credits that he has, so that they do have resources just in case if this round goes sour.
Scary's just chilling. 0 deaths, 0 kills, but 5 assists. I'll take that, my good sir.
Any day. Any day.
It's like,
given.
I won't take the frags. I will help you get those frags. And I think that's what's the most important here. If you remember their play back on Icebox, Scary as well as Crazy Guy played behind and just let Darion, JH, and Juicy take the site. And all they had to do was, even though Darion, JH, and Juicy go down, because they're so adept at controlling the site and playing for the post plan, it's very rare that they actually win against this brilliant duo.
Really as it goes, Bleed spotted out one inside of Dugout as they go on the wide swing, but they got to check their back though. Kyle has been able to trade right back with the double. Both duelists are down from the side of Bleed Esports. The plan will still set into effect. Aftershock does not really cancel out the plan, and JH has absolutely free time to just plan in all these bots. Scary holding position, but Aduka trades him off. Now down to a 2 versus 2.
Last player
Versus
standing.
2, Jay finds Aduka, and Crazy Guy gets one more. And this is exactly what I was talking about in terms of how clean they are in playing that post plant. Both of them playing from main. Crossfire ready. Aduka still wins it, but it's always going to be a trade from the side of Bleed. Now, already 3 rounds in a row. And I think for TODAK, with this economy, if they're not going to get this round, I would honestly really like to see them call for a timeout, kind of figure out what exactly went wrong and what exactly can they do to kind of whittle down the numbers. Because in this situation here, TODAK, they are currently holding, but because they are just so separated and their rotations are not fast enough, they're just getting picked up one by one, and by the time each member has arrived, they are already isolated from one another.
Fair enough. Now, with most of the members of TODAK waiting for a semi-round, they're going to put pressure over onto mid. Frosty does get the exchange, but it's Bleed going guns blazing as they try to get that access through the B-Lings. Only leaving Aduka on the B side along with Jeet. This is just an absolute clearance onto A where they just get ample of time to set everything in place. Meanwhile, take a look at the position of Crazy Guy. He's just going to be there, hoping to catch someone off mid.
Darion's also very aware that we might be seeing them just move around in mid-rotation. Because Bleed is very aware that they like to lurk. Darion gets one, double doors. It's going to be Aduka all on his own. I think the thing that he wants to do right now is just to whittle down the numbers of rifles. Trying to maybe get a kill, pick up a rifle, move on to the next round. Regardless, because of this cross Bleed has, it's going to be hard to challenge that if you don't get that one tap clean once again from Bleed as they take the 4th round.
Very decisive strikes coming in from Bleed Esports. Showing no mercy at all from the get-go towards TODAK. I think TODAK had a couple of ideas set into place, but I won't say it's efficient at all, especially on the 3-man swing up into the middle.
I think the
Bleed Esports
idea
is
for...
after.
Sorry, I was going to say that TODAK wanted to play aggressive because they were on an eco. So I think Bleed already anticipated that to happen and we're already waiting for them at mid.
Get out
Exactly.
of my way.
And that's why I felt like TODAK should have actually respected them a little bit more in terms of that pressure that they could possibly put. And that's where the aftershock connects. Kill! Gets that perfect timing to clear out the lockdown, but not enough to clear off the rest of Bleed. Pressure is on. D-Round still pushes forward with a judge.
I got this.
Nobody within the Shroud of Smokes though. Round pulling upwards as he spots one going into the dugout. And there's still one more by the corners of the wall. They are being denied vision into getting that clean entry. But damage being done, they brought down Kyle and they didn't really have that lockdown to really come into effect.
They were hoping for a fast onto site, was not expecting an aggressive play from TODAK. And I think this caught them off guard because before this, what TODAK did was just kind of stole one them out of sight. It's going to be Frosty, is going to clear out Darion as he comes onto the site as well. Juicy picks one out, but Sube is going to find Scary with his utils. And now they think, okay, we've whittled down the numbers. We're down man. I think it's best for us to rotate. Just now we saw Aduka was actually on B all on his own and he finally made it to A. They were not aware that now making their way onto B are these two iconic duos, Crazy Guy and Juicy. Juicy can play really, really aggressive. He knows he has the Empress as well. He did pop it. So he wants to get some value. Oh, that's timing.
Subi just gets to cut across, but the footsteps have already revealed their location. He comes in for the refrag. The Crazy Guy's down. It's all down to Juicy right now, 72 HP, and we'll be able to bring out the rest of TODAK. Finally clinching the point in round 5.
And getting an op on top of that as well. This change in dynamics very early is what exactly made me so surprised at the changes in how TODAK plays. It felt like for last year when I was watching them, it felt like they were doing the same thing over and over and over again. But for this round, changing it at round number 4 as soon as they got the bye shows that they're able to just adapt on the fly. It's not the fastest adaptation, but I'm really liking it at the end. But for Bleed, you always see them adapt sort of like mid-round. So I'm just curious to see whether or not what Bleed is going to do to kind of like rectify this, because immediately Aduka gets tagged, he has to move out of the way, and he has an op in hand. Gets tagged once. Oh, unfortunately, does not survive that.
He couldn't really juke it all off. Both shots connect, and there we go.
And they got an op back.
Not for long as well. They're trying to put up those smokes just so that there's just absolutely no vision for TODAK once they come in for the entry. They still have to wait for this Asher to solely put everything on the line. They understand what's at risk here. 2 members over onto the hallways as they try to clip one at the back.
Oh, that's
really check on his
beautiful.
left, and that's where Theron swings back. But it will be well trained by Jeet as well as Subby. Juicy gets it right throughout. And the lineups are already in effect. They have to find Scary. And there's just no time available. Sube goes out. The point goes back to Bleed.
Honestly, I was a little bit worried for Bleed that round because you saw 3 people were actually tagged by that Nightfall. There was a little bit of a delay there in terms of putting down the Prowler, and I think the idea was to make sure that they don't have a cross. But the thing is, even though they decided to swing with the Prowler, you saw JH was ready to refrag in case they were going to push through. And I honestly think that was like very, very beautifully played on how exactly they can counter the Nightfall that was done by TODAK.
Yeah, and them playing on multiple angles as well. They have definitely read the rest of TODAK like a book. Meanwhile, TODAK this time around, they have 4 ultimates available. So this could be immense pressure onto Bleed, especially on the close plans. Now, G only got a Marshall, whereas the rest of them are on Eco. I don't think that they will full commit on any of their elements, and they can go wide swinging. Juicy will have an absolute clearance. And Bleed Esports, now with that free reign, would just challenge TODAK to respond in kind.
TODAK, in this situation, it's a little bit hard for them to play retakes, especially as they are on the Eco. I was sort of disappointed as I was sort of expecting them to go for a very aggressive play. It's going to be Crazy Guy with the opening. Jeet and Kale get 1 each. Darion finds 1, but Kale good for 2. Jay gonna stop that massacre from happening, and it's just down 2 versus 2. They do have the gun advantage. It's gonna be a little bit hard to just do this. Buy some time. Aduka gets the tap to Jay's head.
1v1.
But you have to remember, they do have that orbital strike. Are they actually gonna do it? Jeet wants to go down. They need that eco. Still wins it in the end, but they don't get the round. But it's a great round altogether, as he does get a gun to move over to the next round.
And TODAK definitely having quite a great understanding on this situation where with the opposite strike, you can't really deny this point from going in hand for Bleed Esports. So all they could possibly do, get every single weaponry that they could possibly have, and now they get a fair shot into this round with great economics to still work with for the next. I wouldn't say great is the best word to use it, because if they lose another one, then the Esports are starting to trample all over them. It's already 6-1. Let's see what TODAK has in store for them this time around. Bleed, opt for A.
Very nasty angle that Jeet is playing at here, as they are going to be separated. Spike is still at mid. Now, the idea of what Bleed is trying to do is go for a default, trying to figure out where exactly each players will be. Because it felt like for every single round, Bleed wants to play it to perfection, and every round feels as though it's a learning, or rather a redo of what they want to do to make each round as flawless as they can. And with 4 ultimates, I think Bleed doesn't want to leave anything to chance, because you know that TODAK has done these sort of combos in terms of how they use their ultimates together. And TODAK, I'm not too sure what exactly they're going to do here, because they're not doing that fast one as Jeet immediately taps off Crazy Guy, and that's their I would say, their initiator down.
Perfect timing. Jeet just knew where exactly they'll push through. Though they still have Juicy on side though, the Darion finally cuts across. They will have to clear up Dugout if they really want a free access into this entirety of the pit. And there we go. With everything they put on the line, all these elements are being set into place. Jeet still gets to concuss through. Won't be able to stop Scary though. Be able to get the plan down. TODAK finally puts the lockdown online. Scary will have to start moving.
Yeah, but they are running out of time. They need to make this quick. Scary does get concussed. Darion gets wants to be trades. Juicy for 1 more. It's a trade on trade on trade. But no one does get stopped by the lockdown. Regardless, the TODAK is running out of time. And we've seen this happen again and again. 2 of them playing on main. Aduka gets a tap, gets 1. Is still JH to worry about. But the tap comes through, defuse. Aduka just buying for time, and G gets 2! You can count on this man to get these insane clutches.
My word, JH absolutely gave them the run for the money. TODAK, that was their hopes and dreams of staying alive in Pearl, well, at least for the first half in this instance, where they will have to call for this timeout because nothing seems to be working effectively, despite them committing onto 2 ultimates. Aduka thought with that lockdown, they for sure had them in the bag. And it really went down to that duel between JH as well as Aduka in order to make the difference and for TODAK to buy that point back. But since they lost that duel, there's nothing too much that Kyle can do in return. So it's pretty darn unfortunate.
Personally, I think that Aduka was playing a little bit too open. If you were to force JH to have to swing out all the way on main, it would have been a different story in particular. Regardless, I think this is where TODAK might want to learn from this experience And it was good. It was a really, really good start. It was a really good setup by Kale. Getting Crazy Guy out of the way was huge. Now it's just a matter of we get those first picks, great, but how can we make sure that we can seal the round and make sure that this doesn't happen again?
True enough, where they had a couple of threats to at least squeeze in some marshals in return. Then we'll save up for the Vandals in the next one onwards. Whereas a little bit of standstill coming from Bleed Esports, where they're not really pressing onto the attacks that allows TODAK to slowly advance ahead. That might just be them playing with fire as well. Just looking at how VALORANT has always been able to eventually get those exchanges working very effectively for the rest of Bleed Esports. Now they're seeing whether or not will they be caught out if they decide to advance further for the lurk. But for the time being, full discipline from TODAK's end. It will be a standstill for now until shots are fired. And Frosty's now will have to pull back. Did some damage towards Juicy though. It's a great start.
It is a great start, but is it enough to actually stop them is the question. In an ideal situation for TODAK, getting Juicy out of the way would be great, would be huge. But they didn't. Wasn't able to get that in the first. I think he was actually caught off guard as 3 of them swung him at the same time. Regardless, it's going to be a quick rotate onto A side. I think they are very, very suspicious that A might be empty, and exactly it is. Free sight for Bleed as they come through. And it's going to be a slow rotate from TODAK as they decide to play together for that retake.
Now it's payback time for Bleed. Therion immediately pushes out the smoke to get one back. Still finds more damage to be done. What can TODAK even do? They don't have any form of vision control. And this is becoming a lot more worrisome. They're all being held back, and look at how aggressively JH is denying them any form of entry, but they finally stop him from pushing any further.
The trades come through. Jarion just taking so much control from the area of dugout. Jarion's already got 3 in the pocket. He knows exactly where the final player is. All they have to do is just go, but Crazy Guy ready with the pincer. Look at how exactly they have this V formation going around. Does not allow TODAK to get onto site at all, denies them all of the information. And on top of that, despite how many utilities they use, they weren't able to get value out of it at all.
Yeah, I was really surprised that TODAK also committed into rotating to B pretty much early, where leaving A unattended just allows Bleed to do whatever they want on that side, to the point that you see JH not even worried. He doesn't care about whatever he set up for the post plans onto the spike. He just pushes forward. He understood on how to basically deny any form of advancements coming from TODAK, and this is where TODAK has gotten enough. They want to press on. And the rest of Bleed, they pull back now over onto the B side. Pretty much concerning. There's only going to be this Killjoy available. What's going to be able to deny them entry, especially onto the hallways.
Look at how fast they're taking up this space, and Darion just disregarding all of the utilities thrown out by Aduka, takes up halls. See how he moves in with Juicy, not afraid at all, because he knows that if anything were to happen, their firepower will overwhelm the only member on the B side. Oh, he's taking up this space.
He's going to take it all quickly as it goes. Kill managed to deplete him before the Helter Skelter happens. Now, it's down to Kyle to see if he can get any vision out of Bleed Esports. Still having a little bit more pressure coming in from Halls, and he's just going to blind shoot it. Still gets Juicy in return. And now, with all that's being set into play, TODAK fight chat!
Oh my god, that was a huge as Jean stops it, but Scary ends it in the end. You have to really give Bleed props here on how much information, how much they can work with as little information as they get. One person on A, fine. That's the idea. What we're going to do is just rush through, take full control of halls. And the rotations from TODAK has not been quick enough to prevent Bleed from setting up for that post plant. And nothing that's huge as well is the fact that because they have full control of the area, and because they allowed Dara to take up that space, they know exactly how many people are rotating through from where and how many.
TODAK hasn't found anything in return. Now they have heard all those footsteps. They understand it. Every one of them are now starting to pile onto this B side. And there's nothing much that Subi can do. Sube immediately goes down, and Crazy Guy just leads the charge, not even needing those duelists to come right in. Now, nothing much that TODAK can do. Once again, forced onto this eco, and they're already playing for long yet again.
Frosties does get value from those pain shells. Aduka gets one more. This is a very, very good, I would say, eco for them. But bleed. Just making TODAK bleed is the name of the game. Great mid-round from bleed. They do get those values. But in terms of bleed, you want to take them down. It's hard because they leave nothing to chance.
True enough. Now with such high disparity of points to catch up on, TODAK is banking on this round in order to move into the next half. I'm not even certain anymore whether or not could they even catch up in this pro because you just look at how efficient the esports run this composition, and having those wide rotations that has got TODAK not attending to the side. I felt like it was almost to TODAK's own doing as well.
Oh, he challenged and he took out the AWP. Darion, sharpshooter, as always, allows his team so much space now that Aduka is gone.
We could just slowly play with them and waste their utility, but everything is being blasted into space with orbital strike being set into the defaults, where Juicy is still looking for a target, but Kyle, along with Sube, brings two members back from the side of Bleed Esports. Now they really have to pull back, but on the B-Link, there's still a window of opportunity where JH can still find ways to deplete the rest of TODAK.
They don't know at all, but TODAK is still staying out of the way. They do know there's one playing inside of halls, but Sube trades it back. His position has been compromised, but they're gonna go for that rolling thunder, denying them that space.
Remaining. 30 seconds left.
Them being shocked over. Scary doesn't really have much health bar to work with. And TODAK, with those heavy investments, they bring their second point back. And finally moving into this half, needing to execute flawlessly in order to see them advance through to the next round with an advantage. But as it looks like for the time being, Bleed Esports just nailed it down to the pixel where there's just not much that TODAK could possibly do in those rounds where they don't really have enough equipment. And therefore, this pistol round is vital for TODAK's survival.
I think TODAK has probably understood that by denying Bleed that space, they can win rounds. That's exactly what they did just now. As soon as they deny that plant, you start to see the struggle come through, and when they're able to play together, they do have really good synergy. It's just a matter of whether or not their timing can sync up, and this aggression coming through. Frosty's a little bit too overzealous, and Juicy punishes him for it.
Now they will be able to gain a lot of space, but the trades are happening through the smoke.
That's a turret kill too.
Yeah,
oh,
that
man.
turret took him down. It was too low to begin with. The rest of Bleed Esports stabilizes, and now the spike's on the ground as well. The ball is on their court. For TODAK, doesn't seem to have much they could do about the situation unless G denies them any form of vision. JH gets 4 in this pistol round, and it's 2 more points to victory.
Jay is just coming on huge, especially at the end rounds, where he just gets value from not only trades early, but also his just insane swings. Crosshair on point as well. I have to say that Jay is looking really good today, especially as a Killjoy on attack just now. And now as they're on defense, I feel like he's going to be even more of a crazy beast that TODAK has to deal with.
And when it comes down to the attacks, I mean, TODAK seem to be pretty leading on this, where Frosties have made his way through boxes. He's immediately going in for the headshot. Now with this window of opportunity, what could they possibly do with this? Kill scans through. Not being able to spot out Silva just about yet. Alro now hoping to get a little bit more vision onto members of TODAK. Spot out Frosties. Doesn't matter all too much. Whereas, take a look at Bleed. 2 members on the flank. It's going to take them a while. And I assume that Bleed is allowing them to go in for the plant until they finally have enough space to move in, and that's where they will strike.
In this situation, since they already are very aware where the other members of TODAK are, JH does take some damage, but that Swarm it just buys some time. Shock darts as well, and that Haunt will be immediately taken out of the way. No one getting any value from that, but they at least know there's one up there. JH takes one, but Sube trades out. Not before Trazy guy stops Jeed in his tracks. It's a trade on trade, and this is a very, very even situation between both teams.
They're about to set the plan up. Very deep corner, so this flank is still looking to be spicy and juicy. Coming with goes to out-trade Frosties, and he's looking for a kill. Won't be able to get it against them, but Crazy Guy still managing to at least find one back. 1 versus 1. Sub-Bay versus Scary. And he's holding himself near towards the spike.
Oh, he has to hurry. Scary! Bros don't fake, and he knows he's safe, and he still gets it in the end. Gonna be swinging out, waiting for the smokes, and he still gets him. Oh my god. And I think in that situation, it felt as though Sube felt a little bit too intimidated to push out, and Scary knows that, and he's just like, you know what, I'm just gonna stick this.
Turret out.
And it's just so ridiculous on how composed he is. He understood that he might not have much angles to work with, and at the same time,
Keep doing what
I
you
would
do
expect
best.
a lot of pings to come into effect, where you'll be able to just try to go in for that wide swing. That deep plan didn't really enable them to actually get much control over that side after all, and Bleed Esports punched it with that massive flank. Now taking over the B-Link controls. Frosty's marching his way down. He's got to deal with Crazy Guy, who have just detected him, but he has support with the help of Aduka.
He's gonna find that first pick onto Darion, and that's huge. But there's still Juicy to worry about. And Kale coming onto site. This is really, really good control coming in from TODAK. And Kale just pushing forward. He knows there's one there. Kale with the swing, finds Crazy Guy, and immediately repositions. Jay in a situation where there are 3 members of TODAK looking in his general direction. He tries to make the flick, doesn't quite get it. Frosties finally finds him in the end.
Aduka lurking onto the B-Link though, expecting members of Bleed Esports to pull off the same strategy. And this is where we'll see whether he goes for an exchange. Scary! Wall bangs it with the Spectre. I'm not too sure if this is going to be the lifeline for it. Seems like they're just going to go in for the save.
Really liking the fact that they know when to go aggressive and when to not do that. But I think for TODAK, they know there's always one in the lurk. Not going to go over aggressive, just going to be holding. I don't think Juicy will get any exit frags either. Regardless, this is a very, very clean and good round for TODAK. Because if you remember before this, they rarely had a round where they can, I would say, convincingly have the site and hold it.
Yeah, this is as convincing as it gets, right? Over onto this B execution that they've been able to pull off 2 plans in a row. And finally having a firmer hole into deeper territories, especially with that exchange coming from Kyle. That has definitely paid off in dividend, where he's being absolutely lethal on this fade. Now, going through this defensive formation, we see 2 members out of Bleed Esports pushing through with both their duelists ready to trade back.
Juicy playing the close corner, and Darion finds Kale even before they set up close. Darion in this corner is just so formidable, and now with Juicy, Darion goes down, but Juicy and Crazy Guy get one each, and with that was the shock dart kill.
This is just absolutely bonkers. Bleed just drawing them in like moths to a flame. And now down to Frosties. There's nothing for him to work with.
Defenders win.
Round secured. This will be the first pointer given over to Bleed Esports, having full mastery on Pearl.
At this point, I think it's best to just ban this map out than challenge Bleed, because I think that they are undefeated on this map just yet. Again, just watching Legia's stream the other day on how exactly each round goes on Pearls shows how much they have spent time learning and mastering what exactly makes that map tick and what exactly they can do to do those retakes. Even in situations where it isn't in their favor, Bleed still comes out on top, especially with Jay's, I would say, multi-frags.
And that was just a semi-buy on the final round where you see both of them having sheer confidence to out-trade TODAK, and I was quite flustered up by how they've just spent so much economy to get almost nothing in return for TODAK. So, of course, they really have to reassess what they really have to do if, in the case, in the future, if they were forced to play on Pearl again, first consider that ban onto Pearl, then if you can't really get it, then sure, just have to learn the ropes of how to handle the situation. Where we even saw the last time Kizuna challenged the rest of the esports, it was also of a similar result coming from Bleed Esports, where they just had all that spacing that they desired, these clean entries into side. It was just being executed to perfection, if I must say.
Personally, I think that if we were to see Frosties on Neon, I mean, that not necessarily they might just win the game, but I think we might be seeing a closer match in particular. It felt like Frosties wasn't able to get that value from playing on a raise, because in a lot of situations, he wasn't able to take up that space because he was disabled even before he got on the site.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. You couldn't really get any of all these boom bots to even start rolling. In fact, do you even see one throughout majority of these matches? Absolutely not. And we had JH that have been able to also bring those crucial rounds back. And Bleed, when you play against them on long angles, you better be ready with multiple members throughout. So, of course, with that, we'll definitely look at some of the stats that we have. Like, every single plan went down for Bleed on the attack, and there was almost no stopping them. TODAK only had that one round, or should I say two, to get back in return. And by then, Bleed just know that the second half was already in the bag.
And I think in a lot of situations as well, it felt like TODAK didn't have that, I would say, confidence, because we saw that from Sube, who didn't even want to challenge Scary when it comes to that defuse. Now, when you look at Thrifties, none of the teams are getting any, but if you look at the post plans, Bleed was just a little bit more convincing. And in that situation, even though TODAK did get those plans, the problem now is whether or not they're able to set up for that post plan. In a lot of situations, they didn't, because number one, their utilities were already out and used getting onto the site, and number two, it felt like Bleed was just so suffocating as they come through from so many different angles. They have so many crosses. It's kind of hard to just kind of like play around it. Regardless, for Bleed, it's going to be JH here for the MVP. Meanwhile, for TODAK will be Kale. And honestly, not surprised for JH, because how he uses his utils was a little bit more on the aggressive side. It's not necessarily for holding a site in particular. It's mostly just to clear out corners, clear out angles. And he's playing a Killjoy in a way that is kind of like initiator style. Somewhat of what we saw from Team Secret last year at VCT APAC.
Yeah, true enough. Kale definitely has a lot of effectiveness on his utility usage. And I really want to reinforce your point when you talk about utility usage. It really does take up a lot for TODAK to set up every single one of all these abilities into effect, where even we saw those rounds where they were supposed to win with 4 ultimates available, they committed into 2, and they didn't manage to get the right exchanges available. And there was that one particular round on that first half where they finally draw into a 2v1 scenario, and then you have JH that have been able to clutch it, and he deserves all the praises in this game as a Killjoy. I mean, look at this guy. We've talked so much about Dirion, Juicy, as well as Scary, but this Killjoy definitely has popped off in many regards.
When you talk about JH, I think like what's most important about him is how flexible he is as the Sentinel role. Sentinels, you expect them to be on the lurk, you expect them to watch your flanks, but the way he plays it is more close with his team, and I'm really liking this dynamic coming in from Bleed Esports, playing together and not really having to rely too much on having just one person watching the backside. And on top of that, I think that what's great about JH is his clutch potential. In a lot of situations, he's always the last one to come up clutch, and even on rounds which seem that they don't have the man advantage, he's able to win. And we saw that happening last week, and it's still going on today. And the consistency coming from him actually shows why exactly Bleak decided to bring him onto the roster.
Yeah, and on top of what he has done on this Killjoy, where typical Killjoys would be like, okay, my job is to get on the side, get the plant down, get the post plants, and then I'm just gonna budge off, get into a safe position. For JH, he doesn't have that mentality. He would be out there supporting his duelist in exchange, and then you, in return, take up that spacing only after all these exchanges happen. If you go out unscathed, sure, pull back, and then that's where he has ample time to think and then clutch out situations, which he absolutely did in this very first map.
I was sort of expecting to see more post-plant lineups coming through from the side of Scary in this map in particular, but in a lot of situations, they didn't feel like they had to. Regardless, that's going to be the end of Map 1 Series 2 for the day, and after this, we're going to be seeing map number 2, whether or not TODAK will be able to bring it back, or will it be a 2-0 for the night. See you later.
Hi guys, I am Sube from TODAK. TODAK is a Malaysian organisation. We have a lot of esports teams such as Free Fire, Mobile Legends, and also PUBG M. And we are the VALORANT division. As I said, I am Sube. I am the in-game leader for TODAK. I mainly play initiator, and also I do play controller sometimes. I am more like a strict IGL because I really need to take care of the youngsters, which is I call them soldiers as well. The first teammate that I really want to talk about is Jade. We have been playing for quite some times now, I think for almost a year and a half. We bond together as teammates. He have respect towards me, and also I have respect towards him. Overall, he's a good player, and also he's a joker as well. The next player I want to talk about is Kael. To me, he is like a soldier. He is very emotionless. He listens to me quite a lot, and whenever I give advice to him, he will always take it without any emotions. And I do think he will be one of the best in the future. Next is Aduka. Me and Aduka has been playing together for quite some times, since early VALORANT days. To me, he is like my younger brother. We always do some weird stuff, like a childish stuff. But overall, he is very a good player. Lastly, I want to talk about Frosties. He is very short-tempered and also very emotional player. He is very passionate about the game because I can see the fire in him. I had fun working with him. We don't care how big you are, how small you are, how good you are. We still gonna beat you because why? Because TODAK langgar.
destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you
Each round, only one of them's been.
Oh my god! So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kinda like see that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliates still, but he has to cross.
An absolute landslide of win from Bleed, but can TODAK bring it back is the question for now. I'm Tash Mendoza Contra, and welcome back. You're watching the VCT MYSG Split 1. Now, as we go into the second map, which is going to be TODAK's pick, the question now remains whether or not TODAK can still remain in this game for tonight to bring us to a map 3, or whether we're going to be ending to a 2-0. Because as we know, for Ascent, even though it's a map that TODAK picked, it's also a map that we've seen Bleed Shrek in.
That's right, and their double duelist setup has been so efficient, not only on Pearl. I believe they are about to bring it into Fracture once again. The question remains, though, I mean, for Fracture, they're definitely gonna see where they can get things done now that they could finally play their favorite Neon from the past couple of matches that they had on the past week. But we have not seen Frosty's being able to offer just as much, though. Sure, there was a couple of moments where he can go in for multiple frags and exchanges, but he was being denied for most part on that pass round inside Pearl. I hope at least that doesn't deter them from having the high spirits to play on their own map pick inside of Fracture, where we're hoping to see them to be able to keep up to pace against Bleed Esports. And I think this is a map where both ends will have to draw their attention span on pushing and pulling each other throughout. So, and it comes down to ideation. I think this allows so much room for creativity on how they really want to execute. So I'm hoping to see something stellar coming out of Bleed Esports. So let's see what kind of agents will they be going for this time.
So during the break, I was able to talk with our observers who were actually listening in on the comms. And honestly, Crazy Guy is, as I would say, fast on his feet as they say he was. He was very quick on the comms and very, very detailed to the end of it. Regardless, as we go into map number 2, we're going to be seeing Juicy on the raise this time and Darren going and opting for the Cypher. We've seen this lineup before, and this lineup worked very, very well in their favor, with Scary playing a little bit more aggressive and coming in from the backside, and a very, very aggressive, I would say, push coming in from Juicy. Now for TODAK, I think that we've seen it before. Now with Frosty's on his, I would say, comfort pick. I don't know if you've seen Frosty's TikTok. He's actually one of those neons that have insane movement, very fast. And watching his POV was kind of like a roller coaster. But again, as I mentioned before, when you're playing solo queue ranked, yeah, that can work out. But when you're playing with a team, it can be detrimental because there is going to be a break between the two teams. And I wouldn't be surprised if Bleed would kind of put a rift, or rather a gap between Frosty's as well as his teammates, because we know that this map in particular can be quite momentum heavy.
Yeah, I like the fact that this time around, of course, switching things up with only relying on Juicy on the forefront, they will have a lot more crowd control in return, especially now they set Dirion on this side for duty, where you could basically have eyes onto a respective side and you have free reins to also move around the map at the very same time. So for TODAK, first, Kyle has been stellar on the display of how well he will be able to play on this Fate. So he will still fall back to his comfort pick overall, but both sides first fielding Breach, where you could just basically blast the entire sites with Rolling Thunder. Once you get clipped, you're not going anywhere for a couple of seconds from there. So I hope to at least see TODAK to match up closely in terms of the trades this time around, where it does not revolve around very wide rotation when it comes down to the map. So this gives them maybe ample more room to breathe.
When you think about, I don't think we've seen Bleed play this map yet, so I'm really curious to see how exactly they decide to execute and hold, given the fact that their rotations and flanks have been pretty good. Now for TODAK, they need to make sure that they don't get pincered, and I think that's the biggest problem that they've had all the way in Pearl just now. They got pincered so many times on main itself, so whether or not they're able to commit, they have to make sure they commit quick, or else play time and make sure they hold in from 2 different angles. But in this situation, the question is about to be answered whether or not we'll be getting a map 3. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna go into map 2 for Series 2 tonight, Bleed and TODAK.
Yeah, starting things off here on a clean slate for TODAK. Needing to find ways to draw blood against Bleed Esports that haven't been able to left them any room in South Pearl. So with them on this attack, maybe they will be able to press on much harder than they did in the past matchup itself. Now that Frosty with the movements, we'll definitely want to see what he could possibly bring. Starting off with the light shields and the ability, the aftershock clips Frosties. So this is where Bleed Esports quickly goes in to secure the element orb for Scary. And he's got that sick one-way setup as well. So TODAK couldn't freely push forward.
Gonna be crossing the chasm here, all the way to the other side. That rope has a lot of memories. We saw that at VCT APAC LCQ. We know that all the Boom fans at home have a lot of bitter memories on there. Regardless, immortalized. And for TODAK going through there, I think they're very, very aware of how exactly they want to do this. Now with Juicy onto main, I think they have an idea, probably have heard the ropes as well, as immediately they're going to jump through the area of drop, going in fast, explosive play, much similar to what they like to do before. Now the question is whether or not they're going to be able to retake. Juicy finds Frosties, takes him out. Kale is so very low. Aduka holding in the corner, wants to trade, but look at the cross coming through. Jay with 2, Juicy for 1 more. And suddenly it's a flawless round 1 for Bleed.
Just having the perfect read coming from Juicy, and you saw every single utility was used perfectly to just zone the rest of TODAK, not even allowing them any spacing to even get the plant down. And then suddenly it became a lot more of a pressure cooker situation for the rest of TODAK to even find the picks through the main entry into A. This time around, they really want to go in with a little bit more of a full force engagement with this style of setup, but they really have to wait for the aftershock coming out of JH for the time being. Once that's burned out, they will get that free access. And Gary, he gets the hit. Gary once again with the double. My goodness, this one-way smoke is bringing him so much in return. And Bleed Esports is just slowly whittling down. Though they do have that access into this main, it's not a clean entry so long as Juicy keeps his watch closely.
2 for 3. I wouldn't say it was the worst situation in particular, but for TODAK, without Frosties, getting onto the site might just be a problem, as well as no flashes, no initiator. I think for TODAK, this isn't their buy round, this is their eco round. And they already knew that they were going to have a disadvantage for their weapons. But the fact that they were not anticipating this aggressive push from Bleed is what makes it kind of scary when you think about it.
Yeah, it doesn't help that G actually climbed towards the top end of the platform. And now it's only leaving Adika with 55 health to work with. He does still get the hit. Looking for D-Rion though. Both members onto the main. The double peak will come into effect, and Bleed Esports 2 in a row with great form of efficiency being displayed on this A attack. So perhaps TODAK might consider, okay, maybe this time around when we do have a little bit more of obstacles in their way, they might consider to test waters out of B. But because they forced by on that past round, they're coming in with only Jeet on Stinger alongside with Frosty. So I wouldn't say this is any form of advantage given. So Bleed would still have everything in return to duke it all out.
I think the idea for them is just whether or not they can take away the guns from Bleed, but because they didn't really have that full value from that round in particular, that's the problem here. And for TODAK, I think they can have a chance if they decide to go aggressive, or they can go for picks. But the problem now here is, if you see how TODAK takes that space, how they play, isn't necessarily the most creative. But look at its aggression come through, and Frosty was immediately punished for it. Oh my god! Crazy guy! What on earth was that? That was absolutely nasty.
They just ran into the meat grinder. And for that moment, TODAK Didn't expect him to still be able to trade back. Imagine him being concussed, still finding that first pick, and he would stop that Prowler in return, and he just basically went on the tear and shred every member of TODAK. I don't know whether if he likes his fish fried or grilled, but like,
my God.
at this point in time,
That was
you
so
just don't have
nasty.
anything in return for them. And then it was, and now finally Aduka gets that lockdown as well. Now they have all the resources to be able to take this one in the back, but look at that form of quick rotations coming in from both the Breach as well as what we do see, the Rays. Juice is going to come in from the arcade, so they still have Frosties to clear things up.
One player detained, but they're not going to be pushing their luck regardless. Juicy has to respect that space. But for Frosties, he's been clipped way too many times, and he's not going to be risking a peek. He's just going to be playing close instead. For Bleed, we know that they like to have a crossfire. They like to have a buddy system going on. They can clear that out, but Juicy is feeling himself, gets punished. Onto site by Kale as the other members, now that they're zoned out here, but look at Scary. He tried to make it work, but Frosties is the one to come out on top in the end. And this is the question that I have. Do they need to rely on Aduka's lockdown to be able to get to site and win a round?
Yeah, I mean, because that's not going to come out online unless if Aduka gets multiple frags per round on top of getting those orbs in return, which I believe that being TODAK's first full buy round, at least it was convincing enough to show that they do have something to offer in exchange on this B execute. And they did manage to also zone majority of the members away past that lockdown phase. So that's good going for them, but Crazy Guy still applying the pressure. And the trade still went in favor of TODAK.
Ooh, Scary taking a lot of damage. Only 2 HP left, but JH does get Frosties in return. Not necessarily the biggest loss, but now because they're zoned out here, TODAK is just pushing out of the smokes and just punishing them over and over. Regardless, Scary gets one more. Aduka finds Scary in return. It's so very low. Subi as well. This is a very good round for TODAK, but Darren, can he manage to get his clutch? 1 versus 2. Has to clear out Arcade, has to clear out Towers, but you have to remember as well that for Darion, playing on the cage didn't give him the value.
It's just too much to deal with. Just a couple of all these setups will be able to deter him. Plus, with Kill also being absolutely everywhere ready to just clear off those corners. Now, TODAK showing so much strength throughout the past 2 rounds here will finally be able to squeeze something out of Bleed Esports heading into this round 6, where we're seeing JH, Dirion, as well as Juicy playing onto the Sheriff this time around. Dirion already have his cameras being set into place, and that will quickly deplete. A couple of seconds to wait out until he gets that online once more. But, oh, we could... Okay, there's a little bit of zipline action coming in from the Killjoy, but... Gee, finds Dirion pushing up, and now they find that advantage and hoping to find something in exchange when they get themselves into A.
Frosty is taking up so much space. It's such a large amount of time, and Kale will be the one to take it out first. By Scary, this is a very nasty corner he's playing in, but Subi and Jeet does immediately react, taking him out of the way. And this might be a second round in a row as Jeet popping off here with a 3K in the pocket. They know exactly where Crazy Guy is. Aduka showing the aggression, wanting to take up more space. Gonna just try and give himself a little bit more space, or at least a little bit more information as he holds a different cross.
Seeing what he could basically get in return. Probably will go in for the save if he's being forced to, but that's not the usual way Crazy Guy wants it to be. He's just going in for an exchange, and Frosty finds the final pick. 3 in a row for TODAK to be able to pull this draw on round 6.
But you're starting to see that respect come through from TODAK as well. They didn't challenge Crazy Guy even though he was the final man standing. Instead, they decided to just hold on to the site instead. Personally, I would really like to see a cross of 2 different people coming through for Crazy Guy, but they didn't want to underestimate him. They didn't want to have the JH treatment from earlier. So that's it. That's fine. Don't have to chase him.
And I'm really looking forward to this round. As you look on both sides, you have 4 elements against 3 where you could have Subi just unleashing the Rolling Thunder, but same could also be said about JH. It's about the timing of their usage overall, especially when they do plan on executing onto A. Now a little bit of 1v1 action, and Duka goes down. Kyle comes in with a swing, but not in the right timing though. Misses his window, and the rest of Bleed Esports, they managed to pull all the way back.
Still information for KO regardless. And both of them not going down is a good thing. But for the rest of them, immediately going to take up that space as Kale finds Juicy. It's a huge opening, but the sprays come through. Unfortunately, does not connect, and Jeed wins that in the end. Frosty's now online with the overdrive. Necessarily taking up that space, hasn't had that value just yet from the Finger Blast. Regardless, that Rolling Thunder as well as the Orbital Strike sprays come through. JH is blood and a counter Rolling Thunder. And I'm not sure what's going on for these two teams. It is absolutely chaotic.
This is what we expected overall, Subby. Just goes in for a plan, needing to deal with Crazy Guy once more. They couldn't really blast her in the box to find Jeet in return. And TODAK finally getting a lead throughout the course of the series. And things are starting to hurt for Bleed right now. Squeezing whatever they got to get the round back. And it's so smart of Sube to be using that Rolling Thunder to actually counter-react to that post plan. We expected most Breach to be able to start things off to enable access, but instead they have full confidence that they could actually get in with Frosty's opening things up.
Look at the aggression coming in from Bleed. They want to go fast. They know that they have nothing to lose. They are on their eco. Regardless, they are disabled with that concuss. And TODAK, hearing those footsteps, react appropriately, and immediately the rotate comes through from the members of Bleed.
Still will have the Brimstone looking at the B side though. And Frosty's getting access into the sands. And
oh my god!
With a double, but Gary gets it back in return as well. They all line it up for him. And Subby as well getting punished. 2-for-2 exchange, make that 3 as well. They're planning for open space, and seems. And Kyle, he's getting clipped off. He's got to find a way to at least draw them to play through this main area. 2v3. TODAK still having at least an alignment, especially with this Killjoy. Duka holds it from the top.
Really gonna clear out drop here as Crazy Guy leaves nothing to chance. Gonna zone out Aduka. They know that he's there, but he clips him. That's a lot of damage put in, but he's out of the way. Regardless, it is planted for main. They can just swing out, waste time if they want to, but the question is, are they gonna just try and flank Kale? Do you hear Jeed finding one in return, and time has been wasted. Just like that, TODAK take the lead, and this is an outcome that I was not expecting from the team.
It's just pure efficiency in terms of execution from TODAK. And I would say
4 rounds, 5 rounds in a row.
5 rounds in a row just goes to show how well they've actually prepared for this map in particular. Now we do see a tech pass coming in where, of course, this will give them a little bit more ample time to also think on how exactly to defend some sites better, coming in for Bleed Esports in particular. Well, we do see they have been pushing out in exchange to whoever pushes the satellite, and most often than not, it's to spot out Aduka. And you can understand why, because once Aduka does get onto drop, it makes things so much more difficult, because when TODAK has this idea of planning pretty much a clear side range where they just hold out from the outskirts, it makes things so much more difficult for Bleed to go in to defuse that spike.
I think for Bleed right now, it's a matter of dealing with that speed when TODAK takes up that space, because Frosty's on his agent. He likes to play explosive. They can take their time. And usually for people on defense, on this map in particular, go aggressive. But TODAK does not allow that to happen because they have the hold and they don't necessarily push out. And we're not seeing them actually react to any of the utils thrown out either. So whenever you see Scary or even, I would say, Scary or Crazy Guy push out from main with the one-way, TODAK doesn't react. They wait for Bleed to react first and punish them over and over again. And this is where Bleed kind of has like a question mark. How exactly are we going to be countering this sort of like a this sort of play that is just so passive that it doesn't allow us to go aggressive.
Yeah, and also hats off to Sube for some of all these reads to be able to also correspond in terms of setting up the aftershock right after Esports pushes out as well. Despite him, of course, not having those high frag numbers that we expect, but the setups, I would say, have been practically clean for the past couple of 5 rounds that TODAK has been able to efficiently take those points back. And then you have Jeet, who, just like what you said, exceeded expectations on this Brimstone.
Jeet has been huge in getting those multi-frags, especially as he runs into onto the site. Because you see what happens is the fact that Frosty's breaks through and Jeet is so close behind. And I think this is something that they learned from their last match from the other day. So what they did was just the fact that they just needed to make sure that they can align their timings better. And I think for Jeet, being the person that drops the smokes, his hands was completely clear when they burst onto the site. It allows him that trade potential. And whenever you see one person go down, he gets a double, especially as he looks toward main as well as drop area. But this technical pause, not too sure what's happening. For Bleed Esports, this might just be the golden opportunity for them to kind of figure out what exactly went wrong. And as for TODAK, I'm just worried that this might be the situation that takes away the momentum from their hands. Because remember, TODAK is a team that not only thrives on momentum, this map is also very, very momentum heavy.
I would absolutely agree with you, Tash. Just look at how TODAK plays overall. Like, after deciphering what they needed to do onto A, they have also a couple of executions onto B, where whenever, of course, the last time we saw it was when they do have the ultimate available coming in from their Killjoy. So with that lockdown in place, they feel a little bit more confident. And then after that, it was, of course, somewhat of an eco round coming in from Bleed. So whenever you have this Cypher being set up on round to B, it definitely is a little bit more challenging for the Neon to just cut across because of all the trap wires that they set up. But perhaps this is where they really want to see, hey, perhaps now that we've already got a lot of value out of this past couple of rounds, they do have a little bit more confidence to be able to pull off this execute, as we are eyeing on to them having 3 members onto Arcade to start off this round.
Let's see if Bleed manages to figure this out. On defense, I think the idea for them was to go aggressive, but they weren't given that value. Let's see if they decide to change up how they play. As we move into this round, changing up how they play coming in from Arcade, but read perfectly like a book by Darion and Jay. Sube gonna trade it out eventually in the end. Sube for 2, but Jay gonna stop that rampage from happening. Jay, absolutely low, and he came out unscathed actually. Super surprising how that turned out. Regardless, for the other members of TODAK, the spike is in their control. But what are they going to do to be able to get that? Because the smokes are placed down here. Jay playing the long angle. So if they were to come in aggressively from the underpass, it's going to be hard.
And you take a look at Aduka. He's taking the long flank over on the satellite. This is not going to be the easiest, especially when you do have Scary waiting for him as well. He's pressing on forward. Now with the smokes being put into place, he still brings him down very low, but did not bring him to the ground. Bleed Esports. Just absolutely monstrosity being offered with crazy read into this round.
I think that's always been Bleed's strength. Once they have even the tiniest bit of information, they will abuse it and they will use it. And that's exactly what happened. TODAK, honestly, since everything was already working out in their favor earlier, I'm curious to know why exactly they decided to change it up this round, because they actually got punished for it. But it looks like they're not going to be changing up the way they play. They're going to be doing again, thinking that they might get away with it this time. And once again, Albert Einstein says doing the same thing over and over is insanity, but looks like for TODAK, that's not necessarily the case.
I mean, insanity is sometimes good if it works in your favor, where he's just running rampant into the generators already, hoping to clip them off through their spawn. While Kyle tries to seek out information, he does get a glimpse of Darion, but he's stepping on the wire!
And Darion will punish him for it. Immediately gonna try and move up forward, playing inside of smoke. They have all the information they need from the sound cues. Darion strikes out, finds Sube in return, and that's a very nasty corner. He knows where exactly the flash came from. They know they're playing from main, and Aduka gets taken out by Juicy.
5-man strong. they could just get these free grabs, and now only down to G. Is going with the optical strike, buying a little bit more time, but can he find those pick though? Being absolutely
the volley didn't come through.
Couldn't squeeze the angles. And he was being denied a vision as well at the same time. TODAK will have to suffer this defeat with this flawless execution coming out of Fleet Esports, pulling off this huge defense, and you can fool them once or twice, but man, TODAK definitely won't go in for a treble.
That pause was probably what Bleed needed to figure things out. Getting a read, and on top of that, we talked about momentum. This is exactly how momentum is taken away. That tech pause possibly marked the end of the momentum from the side of TODAK. Regardless, let's see if they're able to recalibrate as they decide to go aggressive again. Now that jump peek come through one way once again, and this time they're not going to be deterred by it.
And just look at them sweeping over onto Arcade as well, Satellite. Now
they did it twice in a row.
Yeah, they just absolutely full TODAK into recommitting into B as well. I mean, that one-way smoke that they had already draws the rest of TODAK to pull back, and they do have this expectation. And where are we going, my friend? Frosty's now cuts through.
That's smart, actually. They use their utilities to grab onto those wires, and Darion is just choked from so many different angles. Sprays come through, and Scary will find Kale in the end. Sube as well, but unfortunately, the ultimate didn't come through. Frosty's punishes him. Aduka finds Scary in the end. It is a 4 versus 2, but Crazy Guy and JH has pulled this off before.
Indeed, they do. JH holding on to towers while the spike goes down on the ground, but having enough members that allows them to basically cut across and still get the plant down. But the lockdown's being set into place, so I wonder whether or not can JH find a way to clear it off, or will he just basically sit back? Because when you take a look at the flank, Crazy Guy, he's already at spawn.
No detainment. They know where exactly Crazy Guy is. Aduka wins that in the end, and Jay probably opting for a save, and he is very, very low. Aftershock comes through. Frosty's holding this angle, and Aduka gets a 3K in the pocket. And honestly, if you look at how TODAK played this map previously, this is actually a map that they can thrive in. And even though they lost 2 rounds, they figured it out, they recalibrated, came back in return, and I have to say that this is one of their best maps so far.
Yeah, and you can already see the way that they've been able to basically execute without even thinking twice of how exactly to get over onto the side. And Frosty, just knowing where exactly some of these members have been planted from the past couple of rounds have definitely helped them understand where exactly to push forward and press on. Frosty's going blind, and they won't be punished. Gary and JH now unleashing the wrath, especially with the Rolling Thunder now being countered back.
Here's the chaos, and it comes back through. Regardless, they lost 3, the aggression. And Crazy Guy, Darion seals the round, and this is the choke that I was hoping to see from Bleed from the beginning. And I think this is a great half for them as they go 6-6. Not necessarily the best, but I think for Bleed is exactly what they need.
Yeah, especially when they came back from that deficit where they were squeezed into pulling these a couple rounds back and finally getting a form of grasp on the defense. Now, what's interesting is to look at Bleed on the offensive side on how they'll be able to pull through with Juicy. Of course, that may not be Raze's brightest spot to shine on the defender's side. Now on the attack, he should have a little bit more spacing to work with. And we're looking at the rest of Bleed opting to take hold over on the northern section of the map itself, where perhaps they could get some trades going on for them over on the arcade, and then they would also get that free access to charge in. But that Killjoy is on the watch. Aduka will be able to contribute.
I love this play behind box because not many people do check, and Jeet will be the first one there, and he gets 1. Unfortunately, will he get 2 is the question. Unfortunately, no, as Scary sprays the heck out of him. Onto the side already, Aduka gets 1, trades out with Crazy Guy once again. This aggression is working out so great for Bleed, and it's going to be a free entry onto the B site.
Getting the post down. And it will take a while before we'll see Kyle comes in from the main territories Still will be able to at least use this to scan through. Should be able to spot out the breach, but he will clear it off immediately. So Scary holding them down with a frenzy, and Frosty's trying to get it back.
They know where he
Low.
is. They heard that and immediately gonna be denied that. Gonna push up forward, gonna swing together, and crazy guy. Are you kidding me?
That's why they put me
Gets
in
to
charge.
what a spray. Was it really was it a spray? What?
I mean, he just absolutely outplayed them single-handedly with the Molly. And on top of that, both of them charged forward, thinking that they could immediately get the pick on him. He had that trigger discipline, and he just picked at the right time where they were all being lined up. That round loss for TODAK is definitely going to hurt them so much this time around.
Kind of heartbreaking, honestly.
It is. They should have actually got that down. But I felt like in terms of what they intend to do, it was the right idea. It could be a little bit more efficient from TODAK.
It's just a situation where when it comes to those 1v2s, you can't leave anything to chance. And if you play too close to each other, Bleed's sharpshooting skills are a little bit on next level. We've seen it happen with JH, and now there's aggression. What a spray coming in from Darion, starting up strong, but Aduka finds Juicy with the shorty, no less. But Darion is not going to take that. So Aduka takes two. Frosties take one more. What?
Okay.
This aggression is next level, and I love seeing it. Does it not realize Sube was right behind him?
Now it's only down to Crazy Guy, and this is where he will have to deal with one extra member. Competitive pass round. Spike left out in the open, and
he
this
still gets
swing.
one more.
It's absolutely worth the trade, and this is a huge thrifty as well for TODAK.
And they get a free Phantom on top of that. I'll take it, honestly. And this time you saw, this time they didn't allow that to happen because they had 3 different areas covered. They wanted to play with the cross. So I'm preferring this change, and it's actually a quick micro change from TODAK, but great nonetheless.
Yeah, overall, like, just understanding that with them being weakened, they thought, okay, most likely or not, A site will be an easy access for Bleed, and they just brought a couple of shorties who want to come up close. This is that perfect chance for them to just obliterate them the moment that they reach to the plant side. Meanwhile, moving into this round itself, Smoke's now planted directly towards the center. That will buy a little bit more of that attention span from the members of TODAK. Whereas, majority of the members of Bleed Esports, they're hoping to find an entry through the drop. Aduka already removes one out of sight, out of mind over onto the B axis. Now, with them being a little bit more open to that rotation, the rest of TODAK will have to give them a little bit more wiggle room as the plan almost going down. And my goodness me, it will still take a while before Bleed gets this one down.
Sube is just trying to wait for the right timing here, but Scary has him waiting in the corner. Sube nearly losing his life for that regardless. They're all out of smokes. They can't really do anything about it. There is the orbital strike just to buy some time. They are still on the side, but Frosty's, what a swing coming through. I would say the ultimate duo, Aduka and Frosty, is really performing on this map in particular. Aggressive. And seeing Bleed struggle this way is honestly something that's surprising to me because they seem so unshakable this past week.
Yeah. This is being flawless bothers me from Bleed where, you know, they, of course, may not have all that guns necessary on that pass round, but I would think for a second that it will be a little bit more efficient, but the catches were sublime from TODAK overall, where they enable the rest of them to still come back with those numbers. Bought enough time with the spike being dropped as well and forced members such as Juicy to be pit up, cornered with nowhere to run but hugging onto is the pillar. Now, going with a different approach, Bleed opts to execute into the arcades, where you have a tree stack going on for TODAK in defense.
We've seen this happen before. Previously, it was G playing in the corner, but this time you can see how their defense are. They're playing on-site in particular. Scary, full control of tower this time. And I think that because this is happening, for TODAK, it's best for them to play post-plant, and you're seeing they're actually just waiting for each other to rotate through, and Jeet getting that pick onto Darien is huge. Regardless, we also see the lockdown coming through as well from Aduka. This is huge because it does allow them that space, but it's going to be denied by Crazy Guy.
This is where they will have to find the windows to strike all together. Two-man swing, they do find one. And TODAK still having the man advantage here. Scary's in the smoke, but will be blocked by Frosty!
Shorty! Oh
shot.
my god!
Immediately deterring them from getting anything done. TODAK is absolutely on a roll. And nothing you can do even with those lineups. They have expected that to fall into place.
This is exactly the reason why they chose this map, and they're very confident about it. Putting a lead onto Bleed, it felt like they were struggling a little bit in the first few rounds, but once they got it and momentum was back in their hands, it felt like TODAK is absolutely unstoppable. And I think it was already planned. They really wanted that orbital strike out of the way. So the idea they did that was just to really make sure that Aduka puts down that lockdown, and it gives them so much space because suddenly everyone from Bleed had to move away until the orbital strike comes down, and then you see a push coming in from Frosty's. That aggression coming in from him is just a comfort play when you think about it. This is something that he does all the time, especially on a Neon.
Exactly. Where you now, speaking of this Neon, you also do have him having the ultimate available. He doesn't have to expend it this round because he still has the Vandal in hand. But of course, it does come in handy whenever that shell gets unloaded. In particular, Bleed calling in for a timeout. They don't necessarily have the best weaponry to be able to have a firm push into the site, so they really have to assess the situation. Scary needing one more orb to get his ultimate up as well. Perhaps they could basically push and pull, bring them to another side, and get this plan down, so get a little bit more economy. And once they do get those picks, they will start to get their weapons back in return. Now, this is something different coming from Bleed Esports, where you're having JH going over onto the corners of Satellite, and they are hoping for that A commitment to fall true.
Frosty's has overdrive. They're just waiting for that pop. You can see how aggressively they're playing. They want to disable Frosty's for going on the aggressive and pushing out. Regardless, for Bleed, we've seen these aggressive plays come through. Look at that. Immediately you hear the door open, they go aggressive. Kale puts out that C's coming through as well, and Juicy stopped in his tracks because of the concuss. Sube finds JH straight from the door, and suddenly taking a lot of damage here. Kale finds one, and you can see Darren popping off his ultimate, but Frosty's and Kale, one each. Two-man army on the side. Kale with the shorty wants that value, and Frosty's providing that cover. Clean round, and this is as fast as we can expect it to be.
Sure enough.
I'm out of here.
And he basically had to pop his ult because they were about to run right into the side, and that caused a little bit more chaos as well as pressure on the Bleed, where they were hoping to actually catch him off guard, with all these smokes also being set into place as well. Like, Bleed didn't really have any chance to actually get through from main. So the setups were really good, right? Where you saw JH also responded in kind with the aftershock from across, hoping to clip anybody pushing through the doors.
But as soon as the door opened, I think that they were already in the idea that Bleed doesn't want to be the one who initiates. They want to wait for the first sound cue coming in from TODAK.
Kill. Knowing that they're still going to be around, trying to pull off the snare. But they're definitely not going to fall for this one. As Bleed will start to rotate across into B. This is going to be a little bit more concerning, but what TODAK could possibly do is to also force a shove right past through A, and this is where the rest of Bleed Esports will get that free access. Aduka hugging really tight angles. He's not going to check it though.
Oh, he still goes down to J. What a cross coming through, and Darion goes finds Jeet. This is huge because two gone. And the retakes are going to be a lot more, I would say, difficult for TODAK.
Launching smoke.
Definitely is. Crazy guy. So holding them. And this time around, he's opting to use the Molotov very early on.
Oh, they have
to deny him any form of push, and Sube. He's going to be able to clip him the moment he steps foot. being stunned off. Crazy guy got so little space, but he trades it back with the rest of Bleed. Finally getting this round and giving themselves a chance to fight for their 2-pointer.
Man, I'm not sure what exactly happened in the timeout, but this change by Bleed is scary. And we know that TODAK does take a few rounds to really figure out the recipe. Regardless, getting picked off early is not something good for TODAK because we see that they have strength in numbers, not necessarily strength in those, I would say, those whittled down situations. Regardless, for them, Sube does have the Rolling Thunder, but meanwhile on the other side, you can see that JH also has his own. Kale, once again, opening through doors, gets the mark, decides whether or not he wants to get that haunt out. Unfortunately, he will be damaged, and that's a lot of damage put onto him. Only 10 HP left. Perhaps it would have been a different story if we were to use the Prowlers, but I think the idea of what Kale wants to do with his Prowlers is want to swing out and get value from it.
Finally putting out the Hondo. Juicy slowly cuts across, should be able to find that swing. He gets blinded off, and Kyle, with only 10 HP, gets the trade down. You get the entry into the sands. D-Round hoping to find a pick over on drop. Taking things slowly so they get detected by bot. Aftershock as well as Rolling Thunder falls into place, and Frosty's hoping to catch them off guard as he swings out.
Oh no. Darren was already... He had his eyes trained on that area as Crazy Guy gets separated by his team, but here comes the counter Rolling Thunder as well. But look at Scary playing this tight corner, finds one, and the other members still get it. Aduka for one, but Darren trades him out in the end. It's only Sube. What is he gonna do? Because there's three different angles to play with. Darren is waiting for the right tap, and Darion with the big numbers this round, finally catching up to TODAK.
Finally finding that window to just pull through onto this A take. And they had to basically weird it down slowly and steadily as they found some damage being done to Kyle, and they will continue to press onto this engagement as well, just blinding onto the heaven side. And eventually that huge pick onto Frosties has definitely opened up this entirety of the window in favor of the Esports. Are they about to do it again? Doesn't seem so. This time they are opting for a V-shove. Crossfire eventually will be set into place.
Look at where TODAK's players are all the way to the other end of A. Now without that information, Bleed might find a different way in. It's going to be really fast, and it doesn't matter whether or not you are going to be getting onto site because of the molly or not. And Juicy probably bitten more than he can chew. He's stuck between two smokes, but he knows his teammates is ready for him. Juicy is so very low because of the aftershock.
Not only that, to take a look at D-Round's position as well, this is where they could just set up this meat grinder of a situation where TODAK will need to actually force every single card that they have. We see the Fade initiating, now hoping to get more of that intelligence. Orbital Strike has already been landed, and Crazy Guy ball bags it throughout, and Boosie just pops off absolutely out of his mind. Bleed Esports finally getting a tie on this 10-point round for each side.
Oh man, it's just so unfortunate because where Jeet was putting that orbital strike, you can hear the sound coming through, and that's exactly the information they needed. All Crazy Guy had to do was just spray out. And on top of that, we didn't see a situation where TODAK was able to play together because we saw Juicy was already on the side. Even though he was pincered from different angles, he actually had so much trust in his teammates to be able to trade out as he took out that space. And because of that, the information he has that he relayed to his teammates gave so much value to the team.
TODAK forcing a time up here, not really in the best place possible, and Frosty is considering of getting this operator to pull them through this rut that they have. And if they do lose this round, they will have to save another one and hope to fight Bleed all the way to overtime on round 23 onwards. So this is definitely not a good look, and Bleed Esports have so many resources left available in this instance as well. So I'm not too certain if this is going to be the best play forward, but they will commit to this where Frosty's the one holding on to the operator, landing a couple of all these sound cues upon Bleed Esports to see whether they would still commit into this B push eventually. Well, of course, We have yet to start the round, so he's going to be able to
Out.
just hold out for the time being. Bleed Esports committed so much into that round with the Orbital Strike and still having so much more resources this time. Showstopper online!
No
Clip by Jet!
way!
Finally, it's paid off with a spot, but Scary did manage to bring G down.
Oh, that's huge actually. Baduka with the tap onto Darren. That's huge. And Scary is forced out of Arcade. Has to move out of the way. And for the other members of TODAK, they want to push up together, but it's a very difficult situation. And for now, Aftershock as well, not going to be able to give Scary that space at this point. This is bullying because look at how many utils is being used just to zone off Scary. JH for one, Kale gets the trade.
It's really down to Crazy Guy how much he could basically offer right here on his angle. He still gets one, and he does it! Looking worrisome for Bleed for an instance where you thought that with the numbers advantage, TODAK will be able to eventually seek him out. Brought him down to less than a quarter. And Crazy Guy, clutches after clutches, is almost invincible at this point.
I think what's really important to talk about is the fact that TODAK sort of tunnel visioned onto Scary. They didn't have the idea where the other member of Bleed Esports was. It was still a two-man still up there, and they need to be very aware of that. In that situation, they were just putting so much of their utilities and energy to chase out, but there's aggression coming in from them. I don't know if they know that Frosty is there. Scary will stop him from playing that corner. Aduka does find one first.
A very aggressive push coming in from Frosties, and they were hoping that Bleed Esports does not suspect this one coming. At least now they deny whatever smokes that can come out of Bleed Esports. Well, they still have Scary to rely on, so that's a good notion. So, TODAK, what they really have to do is to have an efficiency being set into place, especially now coming through drop. They've already got their way onto the side, so this plan's still going to be going down. TODAK will have to take this as slow as they can.
Spike planted.
Sube playing this very slow, wants to clear off the corners first. They are smoked out here. Scary providing them that value. And then this is the value of having a double smoker here, because if one goes down, they still have another one in return. But this lockdown, it's not going to do them any favors. It's going to allow, actually zone them off the site. They can go for those retakes if they want to. They do hit the haunt as well. But TODAK has different ideas. They want to go aggressive. They want to push out, get flashed out, but is zoned out of the area because of the molly, because of the paint shells as well. And they have to figure out how exactly to push out onto main here. The defuse comes through. Jarion finds Aduka. JH finds Kale. In return, all they have to do is just trade on trade on trade. Jeed! Last person standing. Not enough to do anymore because this is planted for main.
Perfect ease of execution when you plant it so deep inside and they know there's only so little spacing that they could basically run across. Bleed Esports now on series point, where TODAK on the final full buy. They hope to push it to overtime with whatever they got. But the problem here is Frosty as well as Kill will also need to be pretty careful on this approach where they're only on a light shield in this instance. They don't have any ult available, and JH could basically land the Rolling Thunder of his life.
Zone out. Going aggressive here is TODAK. They want to make sure that they can go aggressive, get those early picks if possible. But look at that. So much damage onto both players. It's going to be a different situation as they counter back. And suddenly they take a breath. They want to move backwards and give that space.
Lee's getting just about enough intelligence for him to actually clear things off.
They didn't get any value from that.
I was really surprised he put it up early. Now the trades are happening right under where Juicy is giving a chase right towards Arcade, turning the exits, and that's where Aduka finds himself being pincered off, but he still stands tall, gets the shot, and still gets the trade! It's a triple for Aduka!
That's
a huge chance for TODAK!
That's a huge play by Aduka there, just playing a ring around the rosies, just trying to find time and finding the right angle. Whether or not they have the utilities or not, it's more about mind games at this point. And he knew the right timing as soon as he heard those boombot come around. Aduka playing this corner. Crazy Guy gonna check the corners is the question. I was a bit scared for the whiff, but Aduka already with a 4K. We want to see a second ace on this map from Aduka. He got it once before. Can he do it again? Scary on site here. Playing inside the smoke, he's got one out. Kale, so very low. He knows he's playing inside the smoke. All he has to do is just spray it out. They have to play around Rosie. 13 seconds to go. He has some time. Catches Kale's backside wide open. 8 seconds. He can get value by just getting those picks, and ace comes through from Aduka. Well played, and he's a second ace on this map.
Well done, TODAK. And when push comes to shove, when every pressure amounts to TODAK, they just say, let's just crash it, TODAK longer. One more point to overtime. And ace has a statement to also boost the morale of the team. But because their resources were also being slowly depleted with a couple of picks coming out of Scary on the final few instances, they will have to do this with whatever gun difference that there is. And keep in mind, early on, JH, that preemptive ultimate that he used didn't lead to anything at all. And I felt like that might just be a little bit of a shame, but this time, they're not going to make that same mistake to get that access through arcade. And all members are true. So Juicy now within position to really take anybody out from here on. TODAK, what are they going to do this time around?
They're gonna play for retakes like they always do. Aduka with the lockdown coming over. But for Bleed, this is nothing. They can do retakes on retake over and over again, but Frosties will be the one to get that pick onto Juicy. Scary, detained. Are they gonna push up is the question. They're gonna play right by the corner. His teammate is there, ready to trade him if possible. Sube playing inside of the cage. He fears nothing, but they will be punished for it. And TODAK still wins in the end, and they bring it over to an overtime. What a game!
This is what we expect out of the two most experienced team in the VCT MYSG. TODAK making them sweat here inside of Fracture. Both sides really going tit for tat. Whereas TODAK, of course, led on the initial half and then Bleed managing to play catch up. Whereas Bleed did the exact same reversal upon TODAK. And now this truce that they seemingly had for the time being will come into fruition when they finally settle the scores here.
I'm out of here.
Most of them going for Vandals. This time, Aftershock will land upon Frosties, whereas Bleed won't be able to push out effectively as well. I mean, there's also that one-way smoke that could also turn things around in their favor if they go too far up ahead. But TODAK, they're ready. They do have the Han. They've just flashed them through.
Oh, sprays come out. It's going to be trade on trade. Still one more player left alive. It's going to be Scary. 3-on-3. Still very doable. One mark. They know where exactly they are. And what they're going to do is just reposition. Regardless of the mark, all they have to do is play together. And they're playing very, very close.
Still good trades. TODAK with a one-man advantage. Scary. Well, actually, sorry, I missed. It's just 3v3, so never mind me. They will just slowly draw out some attention out of Bleed Esports, whereas DRL has not really moved out from B just yet to regroup with the team. They should be able to hold them out with the resources that they have. Steam Beacon still available alongside with the Molotov.
Oh, here comes the Nightfall coming through, and Aduka pushing forward, but Crazy Guy goes for 2, he goes for 3. They take the first point on this overtime, and they played it very well. Stone wall situation. Even though it looked like it was very rough for them in the beginning, they punished TODAK for that.
And every attention was drawn towards Scary to the point that Crazy Guy just got this perfect line of sight as well. Very well read by Bleed Esports to be able to hold out the solid defense. This time, TODAK on defense, which they have not been on for quite some time. They would need to really know how to really deal with Bleed Esports now with the Aftershock being set into place. So the usual tussle that they have over on the A main for the time being. Frosty feeling a little bit zealous here. There's still one more member to hold out, and that is going to be Crazy Guy. It's brought the round back from the previous matchup. And they start to rotate through the ropes and hope to execute from drop, perhaps. I mean, ample of options. And thankfully, they didn't go for arcade. I mean, there's a two-man setup right there. Wonder if TODAK knows about this.
They might have. but they're just taking their time. This crazy guy is gonna just do his smokes, and it's gonna be an explosion of a play onto the site. We see that they are quite close by. They are gonna be posting that smokes onto A and immediately rushing through. And Frosty's gonna play Ring Around the Rosie. Sube and Kale, one each, but they do get the plants, so that's enough distraction to get them on the site.
Well executed, but they lost 2 in exchange. TODAK will try to regroup and come in from their spawn.
Can we say smoke criminal from Scary? He's done this so many times. And he's able to get those multi-frags. And let's see if he's able to do it again. They hear the footsteps. He gets one. There is Frosty's there. Frosty's very, very low. All they need to do is just swing together. But there is his teammate on the other side. And Frosty still wins it. Goes down. It's a trade on trade once again. 1 versus 2. Darion, what are you going to do? Playing the corner here very, very well. The fast lane goes down. And Subi wins it. And we go again.
Looking for the 15-pointer this time around. TODAK, loving the way that they've been able to basically adapt to it over on this defense. Giving him the amount of space available, and even with this double smoke setup, they've been able to wither them down slowly and steadily, and Frosty's having that discipline to also wait for some backup to arrive in order to get those exchange in return. And eventually, it was only down to Darion to hold it out for the pulse pad. Lead turning back to defense.
Interesting situation coming through here from both teams. Each round is so very close. It's never really a full domination coming through as JH opening with 2 onto the side. Darion gets 1 for himself as well. Aruka trades out Jay with already 3 in the pocket. And now it's only G left.
Oh boy. This aggression was pretty much linear coming in from TODAK. There's not much that he could do right now. 2 men cutting across the arcade section where he's finally getting his way onto the ropes. Could be able to get the plant down, but doesn't really matter. All he has to do is out-trade all these 3 members. Only having 1, 2 smokes available.
Rolling Thunder out of the way, leaving nothing to chance as G with only 78 HP left. All those utils thrown out at him and he can't do anything. JH huge with 4 in his pocket.
Switching sides.
Such a vital role being played out by JH right there. He could be the guy to actually secure this successive win streak for Bleed Esports. Just 1 more to go. TODAK, last time they were on this defense, was on that A side that they've been able to stop Bleed on the tracks. Perhaps Bleed might switch things around this time. TODAK calling in for a timeout this late. Needing to prep out, see if they could still force another OT. Potentially 30 rounds of play and more. Let's see. With everything left on the table, I think like Scary so far has been able to find a lot of all these great angles against TODAK many a times.
I think it's not about those angles at this point. At this point, it's more about TODAK trying to just seeing the bigger picture, allowing Bleed that space and retaking it again. They got those frags early as well, but it's the same thing happening to Bleed. It feels as though for these 2 teams, it feels like they have the same playbook, allowing those retakes, playing together. But in terms of TODAK, a lot more explosive compared to Bleed, who is more, I would say, like a well-oiled machine playing together.
Yeah, on top of that, they've been able to stabilize and eventually find ways to also counter some of these exchanges that TODAK had on this couple of halves. A little bit more of a deeper access onto A. Ample of options left for the side of Bleed. Whereas, only got the Neon as well as Fate to hold out long over onto A. Now.
Honestly, this is a situation that I'm honestly shocked about. The fact that for Bleed, a team that's had international, I would say, experience coming through here, getting a run for their money, but that first pick onto Kale, huge. does not allow the Prowler to happen, doesn't give that info. You need that initiator to come through. Enough noise at A, but look at the non-movement from TODAK. What they're trying to do here is just make sure that they can really figure out which site will be the site that Bleed decides to actually commit onto. We've seen it happen so many times. Frosty's always the first one playing in the very front, gets a pick, maybe gets straight back. They hear door open, and immediately the smokes come out and look at the rotations come through. It's going to be fast, but it looks like for the other members of TODAK, not fast enough, as Sube gets 2 out of that, but Juicy and Crazy Guy get 1 each.
Only 2 more members remaining. TODAK really has to clutch this one out. Plan goes down. Diron very deep into these angles where it does allow Juicy to be able to hold it out from main. Meanwhile, TODAK plans to strike from main as well if they do send members into the doorways. But they're hoping to trade out against Dirion from up top. Sending Molotovs to deny him some area of play. But he's still not going to be moving as he's being set over on the underside. And Jeet has to get this one going for the team.
Oh, unfortunately gets paranoia. Darion and Scary gonna just close this out. 15-13. Closest match of the day, and surprising outcome at how close this map is. 2-0, but honestly, a shocking, I would say, character arc for TODAK, just showing us how far they've come.
That's true, and despite all these challenges and with them struggling in the very first map of Pearl, they definitely showed so much strength in this map pick of their own where they knew exactly how to basically play and basically cut through Bleed Esports multiple times. Despite all these huge setups coming from Bleed, that have definitely shown them a little bit more signs of struggle, especially heading into that second half itself. And then heading into these highlights, I think like for most part, like Crazy Guy has been performing out of his mind.
I think for Crazy Guy, especially in this clip in particular, has been, honestly, it's crazy because I was talking to OB just now and they said that for Crazy Guy's comms, he's very, very communicative to his team on how exactly he wants to make sure every round goes. And because of that, it's honestly been insane. But the fact that for TODAK in particular, they've shown us time and time again why exactly Fracture is their map. They excel on this map in particular. And on top of that, I would say that because of how proactive they are in terms of like they're not afraid to give up that space and make sure they can play retakes together is the reason why they have managed to challenge Bleed all the way up to these overtimes.
Yeah, I would say even when it comes down to communication-wise, like TODAK has been able to nail it for many times, but when it comes down to those trades, they came into situations where, you know, you just didn't get a chance to even respond in kind, where Frosty's, for most part, he's been planning himself over onto that A side many times where you would expect him to come in to try to shock members from entering, and all they have to do is just wait it out. And you see TODAK bring the closest possible game against Bleed on their own map. I think like it definitely has shown so much growth for this team, but Bleed still has the better edge, especially heading into this overtime. Like, it really just down to who does it better on those final few rounds in terms of stamina run.
I think on top of stamina run as well, Bleed is one of those teams that we have seen last year as well, playing out so many rounds again and again on overtimes. That's number one. And number two, the comp that they chose with the double controller gives them so much, I would say, control. Even if they were to lose Crazy Guy, they would still have Scary in the end of the day. I mean, yes, it's not ideal sometimes because it does become a double-edged sword, because so many times we saw TODAK actually playing inside of Bleed smoke and taking them out one by one. But in the situation, I think when it really matters, Bleed is very different to what we saw from last year. They can just kind of like go in a situation where their mental sort of shakes and they go into overtime. But this time around, it feels like it's a lot more decisive from them as they went to the second overtime. Regardless, this game, Aduka going to be taking the MVP. Honestly, not surprising with his multi-frags, but Crazy Guy, as you mentioned, playing out of his mind, getting those multi-frags. We saw that 4-in-a-row spray. What was that, Crazy Guy? And I want to know what exactly was going through his mind one day, and I really hope I could interview them.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure that he will be quite a fun lad to speak to, where all these ideations that he have, all sick lineups, and on top of it all, the clutches that he brought round after round where the team relied on him to be able to get things in their favor. He does it without any form of hesitation, and this is the kind of guy that you want in every single team. And when we look into TODAK's side, I think like Jeet tried very much to also match up to his tempo of play as well, where TODAK usually has very different types of post-pan ideas and how they really want to execute, where they see a lot of successive hits onto B. But Crazy Guy just knows how to basically not only draw attention from him, but also out-trade them and outsmart them while he's at it.
I think one thing that's great about Bleed is the fact that they know that sometimes TODAK can get distracted. And we've seen time and time again, either a Crazy Guy or Scary will be the target. And I think it's also very interesting to talk about that because we saw how much utilities they use just to chase one person. And I think as the rounds went around, we saw this idea sort of form in TODAK's mind, the fact that we cannot get distracted here. We need to be playing a little bit more together, a little bit more close. But in this situation as well, even if they were to play close, we've seen it happen from JH, we've seen it happen from Crazy Guy. It's not just about that ideation, how creative they can be, but also just in general, when you go back to fundamentals, their aims, their sprays, it's just so good. And this is a situation that can save them in those really clutch moments. And I think JH and Crazy Guy have been great at doing that.
Yeah, and we've had so many amazing spectacles throughout this course of the series, especially on this map of Fracture itself, where both ends really knew exactly what the game plan was. And I just love for the fact that, for most part, Bleed, after taking, of course, a smooth access onto the first half, eventually, when TODAK did get those buy rounds, sure, they traded it back in an instance. And then you start to see Bleed Esports taking very wide approach on adaptation, and they now remain undefeated alongside with Louvre, who have yet to play their third game, of course. And of course, for TODAK, they were undefeated, and now they will have to kneel down in defeat due to Bleed's Esports prowess, bringing them 2-0 up the board. So we're definitely going to be expecting a lot more of these games to eventually come into effect for TODAK to also look into how well they've done in terms of Fracture, and how they could also look into challenging other teams on this map in particular, where certain weaknesses have also been displayed. So I want to see what else does TODAK have to offer, and Bleed Esports looking to be invincible in the brackets.
Bleed Esports, while they say that they are invincible, they have some teams that actually gave them a run for their money, and one of them has been X10 as well as TODAK now, which is honestly so surprising to me. But seeing the games today, I have to say that these players, if we saw them last year, and if I would have asked them, like, how much improvement have they come through in 2023? I would say a lot, because all of these teams that we've seen playing last year are very, very different in terms of mindset, in terms of discipline. And I think that as the years go by for Valorant, these players start to develop professionally in terms of how they play, and also their personalities as they move into different teams. I mean, Quack did say it's the Singapore-Malaysia roster mania, and this roster mania just proves that with different players, a different dynamic comes through. And with the return of some players, doesn't necessarily mean that because they're out of the scene, they're out of the way. Some of them come up stronger than ever, especially Egoist, especially Crisania, as well as the members of TODAK as well. Regardless, that will be the end of the first day of week 2 for VCT MYSG. Stay tuned for more this week. Follow us on this channel, as well as our other channels as well on Twitter, Instagram, everything else in between, which is VALORANT MYSG. I'm Tash Bani alongside Contra. That's it for today, and we'll see you guys in the next one.
My ult's ready.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Blocking sight.
One enemy remaining. Defenders win. remaining. One enemy remaining.
Silence. My ult is
30
ready.
seconds left.
Scanning ahead.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. You should run. One enemy remaining.
Three gone. Be still.
Attackers win. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Close. One enemy remaining. Long.
Take this, there.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them.
Three
Are you
across
kidding?
each round. Only one of them's been.
Oh
my God!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kinda like see that, but oh my god, not again!
Behind and retaliates still, but he has to cross.